All right, good evening, everyone. This is our regular council meeting of Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. It is 5:35 p.m., and I will call the meeting to order and acknowledge that all members of council are present. Deputy Mayor Julius Laux is virtually this evening. First, I'll state the township land acknowledgement. The township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture and our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey to foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. So first item of business is closed session. So there is a recommendation that we go into closed session pursuant to Section 239(3)(1) of the Municipal Act 2001. Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convene in closed session at 5:36 p.m. to address the following item. Confidential presentation from Jacob Damstra, partner, learners, LPP, for the purpose of educating or training the members, and it's regarding council's role in planning and development. And this is under training for council members. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any questions on the resolution? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was looking at the material brought forward and there doesn't seem anything controversial in that. I'm just wondering why this has to be in a closed session. And not only that, I'm just wondering why we're getting all this information now rather than at the beginning of our term. We're coming to the end of our terms now, and I think all this stuff should have been provided to the council prior to all the development going forward. So it's a kind of a two-part question, and I was just wondering if somebody could answer that for me. Thank you.
Sure. So the reason we're going in camera is because it's training. And so that's the prerogative that we should go under for training for council. And it is my understanding once we get in camera, we can discuss the merits of the information, but we can release that publicly after. But the training itself for members of council is imperative that we do it in camera. But I'll go to the clerk for additional context, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. So Section 239(3)(1) of the Municipal Act does permit council to go into closed session for training purposes. Depending on the subject matter, this is a preferred method for training because it permits an open environment where council can ask questions and clarification. As you noted, it is later in this term of council, and we just want to ensure council is comfortable asking the clarification questions that they need to ask to understand the materials going forward. As noted by Mayor Anderson, if council would like to really release the presentation following the closed session, you can pass a motion coming out of close to do so, and then we will post a agenda tomorrow, which includes the presentation for members of the public.
Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just upset at the fact that here we are, we're on council, we're coming to the end of our term, and we're passing all these legislative documents and that with regards to this development that's gone through prior, and yet we're now only getting, legal advice on how a development should go through. It would have been a lot more advantageous to most people that are sitting here to have had this. And I believe a lot of us have been asking for certain things prior to this as well. So I'm just kind of upset at the fact, and hopefully we have a session or a session is provided to the new council prior to them taking office, or prior to them getting involved with any subdivision agreements and stuff like that if need be. So just for the new council coming in, I just hope this is provided to them before and not after all the developments are going through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the resolution? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. So we are in closed session. Bill, Bill, I need to sit down for a minute. We're not out of closed session yet. We're not out of the closed session yet. No. All right, council, so we're going to come out of closed session. So the resolution is that council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will reconvene in open session at 6:29 p.m. And that's, let's just take a vote on that first. So all those in favor of that? And that is, sorry, I need a mover for that. Councillor O'Leary and seconded by Councillor Cox. And that is carried. And then the second part, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council. The recommendation would be that staff be directed to make the confidential presentation, Council's role in planning and development, publicly available.
Thank you. And do I have a mover for that? Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any questions to that? All those in favor? That is carried. All right. I'm not going to recess because we have a minute. Go grab your water. All right, council, so we're in open session and we're at item 3 now. So first of all, before we get to the additions and the adoption of the agenda, I just wanted to note that there was a late addendum to the agenda this afternoon, just adding a new comment to the OP matrix. And there was an addendum, I believe, on, what's today? Monday, with regards to one of the motions, just to clarify which contracts we're going to be approving. So I just wanted to note that. Second item of note for the additions, there is one item that I have received late this afternoon from the OPP. And as council can recall, last year, there was the Special Olympics torch run, the law enforcement torch run that was held at the municipal gazebo and walking track, and they're looking at doing that again this year. So with council's acceptance, I would like to add that to new business so that we could look at waiving the fees for the gazebo use. Is council okay with that? Okay, so that's item 1 for addition. Are there any other items for addition to the meeting tonight? Okay, so it would be moved by Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Meadows, that the law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics item be added to new business. All those in favor? And that is carried. So item 5 is the adoption of the agenda, that the agenda for the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, May 13, 2026 be adopted as amended. And all those, sorry, mover, Councillor Simpson, trying to get ahead of myself here. Councillor Simpson, second by Councillor Cox, and all those in favor, and that is carried. Item 6 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. Are there any disclosures from members at this time? And seeing none, but if you do find yourself in that situation at a later time, please declare. And we're on item 7, which is the adoption of the minutes. That the minutes of the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, April 8th, 2026 be adopted as presented. And I have that moved by Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Cox, and all those in favor, and that is carried. So we're on item 8.1 is a presentation from Mr. Jeff Wellman, Interfaith Chair and past President of the Adjala Congregation regarding Jewish Heritage Month. Sir, welcome to our council chambers. And I do believe we have a slide deck, so we'll get that up momentarily for you. And once that's up, you can begin.
And thank you again for letting me present and for Jewish Heritage Month. I am the past president, current interfaith chair at Shalom Synagogue in Barrie. But our catchment area for our synagogue goes pretty well all the way to Mount Forest this way, and we have I won't say many, but we have some congregants from your township. Okay, first slide, please. Okay, so what does Alana Morissette, William Shatner, Rick Moranis, Eugene Levy, Leonard Cohen, Howie Mandel, Avi Lewis, and Drake all have in common? Well, they are all members of Canada's Jewish community. Next slide. There are about 400,000 Jews living in Canada, which makes us the 4th largest Jewish population in the world after Israel, the United States, and France. Most of the people, that population will live in Quebec and Ontario, mostly in the large cities. But as you're going to see, that's slowly changing. Next. And here's this sort of hole in the world that we are, we're number 4. Next, please. Now, the question is, who's a Jew? A Jew is anybody born of a Jewish mother. That's easy. Or somebody who's a convert, and somebody who believes in the Jewish faith. Next, please. Now, there's a long history of Jewish settlement in Canada. Prior to Confederation, about 150 years, going right back to the New France. Even though the French Empire did not want Jewish people there and would send many away, we have records of Jewish settlement way back in 1697 and all the way into 1732. The Jewish population increased in Canada with the conquest of Quebec under the British Empire. And the first and oldest congregation is in Montreal. It dates back to 1768, and that is the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, since it was mostly the Sephardics who were moving around at that time. or what is Serif Israel, and it's been in Montreal since 1768. Next one, please. The oldest actual synagogue, if you ever want to go see it, it is in Victoria, Emmanuel, and it's been there since 1863. So it's a long history. Next, please. Now, the big wave of Jewish settlement came in 1881 to 1901. That's also the big wave of the first Jewish settlement in North America, mostly due to the anti-Semitism, the pogroms that was happening in Eastern Europe. If you are a big fan of Fiddler on the Roof and you remember the scene of the pogroms, that's the time periods that we are talking about. Okay? Most of the settlers came to Toronto and Montreal and out west, Winnipeg. After World War I, economy got bad, immigration was restricted, not only for the Jews, but for many people. But the Jewish population was hard hit. And during this time from 1933 to 1939, when there was great anti-Semitism going on in Germany, Canada only accepted about 5,000 Jews at this period. Next one, please. What's probably culminated, and the story that you may know, is the SS St. Louis, the ship that was turned away from Canada at this time, and condemned most of the Jews to death in the concentration camps afterwards. Next, please. And this is where you get one of the most notorious times for Canada immigration for the Jewish population. And this is where, under Frederick Blair, you get the infamous quote, when asked how many Jews he would be willing to accept, he said, "None would be too many." And we've been fighting that sort of anti-Semitism since then. Next, please. Now, during World War II, there was a large population of Jewish who fought for Canada. Their enrollment in the armed forces was slightly greater than the average enrollment for the Canadian public. 17,000 Jewish servicemen served, 450 died, making most of them served in the Air Force and the Navy because of the more technical background that they had. Okay. Next one, please. Now, after the Second World War, there was another large immigration of Jews, and mostly because of the horrors of the Holocaust and lifting of the restrictions to immigration. And this is where you see the next big wave of Jewish immigration into Canada. It also gives Canada a very unique position in the world. Most of the immigrants that came were Holocaust survivors, where other countries had sort of accepted Jewish immigrants throughout the 30s. Canada was one of the hardest and most restricted. So Canada has the distinction of, other than Israel, has the highest rate of descendants from Holocaust survivors in the world, second only to Israel. Next, please. Now, the Jewish population is not homogeneous. It's very heterogeneous. My favorite quote is that there's 15 million Jews in the world, and there's 15 million different ways of being Jewish. Most people think of Jews as somebody who look like me, but that actually is not the case. Next, please. There are a variety of branches, just as Christianity is not homogeneous. You have Anglicans and Catholics and United Church members. You have the same in the Jewish faith. You have Reform, which would be more liberal. Conservative would be, well, right in the middle. And you'd have more Orthodox, the Chabads, and the ultra-Orthodox. Okay, next please. What is the difference? Well, it goes back to our commandments. Most people think there's 10 commandments, but in the what you would call the Old Testament. If you go through it, there's actually 613 of them. Most of them are saying, no, you can't do this, but most of them are saying how to dress, how to eat, what to eat, when to eat, okay? So if you're Reform, you don't find all the rules binding, and you can find them changing with the times. If you're Conservative, yeah, they're binding, but we can change the rules with the times. And if you're Orthodox, no, nothing changes, nothing, and everything's binding. That's why they were still, dressed very traditionally and have very strict rules, where people like me who are Reform, we address modernity a lot more. Again, we're not a very homogeneous group. We're very heterogeneous. Next, please. And there's a lot of different ethnic groups of Jews. Again, most people think of Jews as somebody who looks like me, nice white Northern European stock, but that's not always the case. There are Sephardic, which are your more Latin. They were the ones who were expelled from Portugal and Spain, lived for 400 years in North Africa, Israel. The Mizrahi are the Jews who never left. They are the Arabic Jews who still stay there, speak Arabic. There are the Ethiopian Jews, or what's known as Beta Israel. These are the African Jews who can trace back their Jewish culture for over 2,200 years. And only now is sort of coming into the forefront, because most of them have been chased out of Ethiopia, mostly from the Somalia intruders and Muslim persecution. The Yemenite Jews are sort of an offset of the Arabic Jews, and the B'nai Israel are Indian Jews, people in India, and very small population. Again, it can date back to 2,500 years. Next, please. So if you were to look and gathered all the Jewish population in one area, you would notice that most of them would be, many of them would be considered people of color. So when you think of Jewish people, don't think of people that just look like myself. Okay? Now, like everywhere else where I said most of the Jews lived in large urban centers, real estate prices being what they are and human nature being what it is, there is an out-migration of the Jewish population out of Toronto coming to, our area. Right now, Newmarket is taking a lot. Innisfil's population's growing, Barrie to a lesser extent, Collingwood to a lesser extent, but our synagogue has increased in size, our numbers have increased, and the information and surveys and strategies we're getting from the United Reformed Jewish Councils saying that a larger population is moving to this area specifically because they're following the Highway 400 corridor. So you will see more Jewish people in this area in the years to come. Okay. Now, there's also been another big change in the Jewish population, and that is anti-Semitism. With the events from October 7th and what has followed, there's been a surge of anti-Semitism, and if you can see from the chart, it's almost tripled in the last 2 years, and it's an ongoing problem. Next slide, please. Here are pictures of synagogues in Toronto and the Greater Toronto area, also Jewish schools that have been vandalized, everything from firebombing to having rifles shot at them. And it's an increasing problem. Next, please. One thing I would like to ask is beware of Holocaust distortion. A lot of people are, while the Holocaust is one of the most traumatic events in the Jewish population in Canada, it is also something that's being manipulated now. We call it Holocaust distortion, where they either deny the Holocaust or they try to distort the Holocaust's numbers or take out the whole Jewish factor of it. So I would ask your council, the one thing that you can do, it's a big problem, and the townships can't solve it on their own, but you can solve or help with this one. And that is, be aware that there is a philosophy of trying to remove Jews from history. Next one, please. And this has been a big thing in erasing Jews from the Holocaust. And it came to a bit of a point this year because the BBC got called out on it, the government of Canada got called out on it, the military got called out on it. And I would ask that if you put out anything on the Holocaust, try to align your presentation with the current government of Canada's announcements and make sure that Jews and anti-Semitism are mentioned in it. Okay, next one, please. Now, this is our synagogue in Barrie. We have an open door policy, and I'm going to just turn around to everybody here. Everybody's welcome to join us for a service. Now, we do Saturday services, which may be unique to you if you're used to church on Sunday. But we have an open door policy. You're always welcome to join us on a Saturday. I'm only going to ask is to phone ahead so we know you're coming because, unfortunately, we have very strict security at the door. And thank you again for allowing me this presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And if you don't mind just sticking around, we will allow some questions if there are any. So I'll go to council. And but first of all, I do want to thank you for coming in and sharing that information with us. And I know you've had conversations with our clerk and communications team prior, so we do appreciate your engagement with us as well.
Okay.
Councillor Meadows, looks like your hand.
Yeah, thank you for coming and bringing all this to our attention. I had received an email that was sent from the clerk to you with regards to some correspondence that was sent on what we put out for International Holocaust Day. And I was very disconcerted with the letter that was sent to you from this township. And I can't speak for everybody here, but I do apologize for what was sent to you because this does not represent the way I feel. I was kind of disheartened by what was sent out to you in that email because we did miss saying that 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust. Didn't even mention anything about Jews with regards to our bulletin that went out. Not only that, it wasn't too far, I guess a couple days earlier, there was, or actually it was a couple, I think it was about a month earlier. Another one went out with a Hanukkah menorah from our township with a big Star of David on it. 2 days after the Bondi Beach incident happened, where 15 Jews were shot dead, women and children, and 40 others were injured. And on the statement, it was a fire department statement. Candles are festive but risky. Use enclosed holders and keep flames away from anything flammable. Better yet, go flameless. And I took offense to that because Hanukkah is a Jewish celebration of light. So we have to be mindful of what we put out there with regards to communications. I mean, we do it for every other group, but I found it very offensive using a Star of David on a Hanukkah menorah for those particular things. And I brought this to attention to our staff, and thank God the menorah was taken right down when I put in my concerns. But when the other one came out and nothing was done, I didn't feel we did the proper service to our Jewish community. So there was also a letter sent, Mr. Wellman sent me a copy of a letter that he sent off to John Broussard that was, he wasn't allowed to read, and it mentions us in it and how it dishonors the memory of the 6 million Jews who died and perished not mentioning it in the International Holocaust flyers that go out or communications. So that's right from our federal government. So, you know, again, I can apologize. I can't apologize on behalf of council, but myself as somebody here, I do apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows, and I was completely unaware that there was concerns that you had with this, so I do apologize to you for not knowing that information beforehand here. Any other questions through to the presenter? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Jeff, for your presentation. Very insightful presentation on the history of the Jewish community in Canada. My family has close connections with the Jewish community, especially the Jews from Kochi. A lot of them have made Aliyah at this point, but I have many close Jewish friends here. So happy to see this presentation. As Councillor Meadows noted, there is work that that even we as a municipality, even with the best intentions that we may have, that sometimes we need to be aware of and sensitive to. But ultimately, we stand with the Jewish community. We stand with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson, any other questions or comments?
Can I just make a reply?
Yes, you'd make.
Before I retired, I was a teacher. I worked in the office, and I would say one thing: it's human nature to make mistakes, and I have discovered over time that people can do racist things or anti-Semitic things and not be racist or anti-Semitic, and the best way to approach it is education and not condemnation. And I would say thank you very much for the opportunity to educate your council today. So I do thank you very much for that.
Okay. Well, thank you again for coming on. We do appreciate the opportunity for that education, and as I said, communications will certainly strive to do what we need to do in our future communications to make sure that we are respectful of everyone within our community.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great rest of the evening. All right, Council, so there is a recommendation that the presentation from Jeff Wellman, Interfaith Chair and past President, Am Shalom Congregation regarding Jewish Heritage Month be received. And mover, please. Councillor Simpson. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Leary. And all those in favor. And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 9, which is deputations. We have 4 deputations tonight. So the first is 9.1, a deputation from Joanna Cairns with regards to 9 Margaret Avenue and the 5 side road of Tosorontio. I do not believe Ms. Cairns is in attendance this evening. No. Okay, so there is a deputation in front of us. Council, as you are aware, this road is in our 2026 capital budget. So I'd be looking probably at a recommendation to accept the deputation and that work continue through our budget process. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Cox, that the deputation from Joanna Cairns, 9 Margaret Avenue, Everett, regarding request for road repairs on 5 side road, Tosorontio, between Concession Road 2 and Concession Road 3 be received. All those in favor? And that is carried. Deputation 2, 9.2, is from Jolanta Vanuk, 89695 Side Road, Adjala, regarding request for repairs on Concession Road 2 between 5 Side Road and Highway 9. And I'm looking to see if Ms. Vanuk is in the audience. I don't believe so either. So Council, there is a deputation as well on the agenda. And it is also captured partly in our 2026 capital budget. And then there are provisional items within the report this evening for additional paving on that section of road. So are there any questions on this one? Okay. So the recommendation would be that the deputation from Jolanta Vanuk, 89695 Side Road, Adjala, regarding request for road repairs on Concession Road 2 between 5 Side Road, Adjala, and Highway 9 be received. Mover for that. I have Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Simpson. And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we're on item 9.3. So it's a deputation from Jerry Pillai. If you'd like to come to the front. So this is regarding a request for an exemption to bylaw 0540, which is our fencing bylaw. So, sir, if you'd like to present what you have for your deputation. And
Good
there may
evening,
be some
Mayor
questions.
and members of council. My name is Gary Pulaj. My family and I live at 6804 Pine Plains Road in Everett. We're requesting permission to install a 5-foot black vinyl coated chain link fence along the property boundaries facing Pine Plains Road and Harry Parker Road. We understand that the current bylaw limits fences along road frontages to 3 feet, and we respect the purpose of that rule, which is to maintain safe visibility for drivers and pedestrians. Prior to submitting this request, we also consulted township staff, public works, and road supervisor, and we were advised there were no concerns provided that the side triangle is maintained and the right-of-way remains clear. Our proposal maintains that intent. The fence we are proposing is a black chain link, which is completely transparent and allows clear visibility through it. Unlike a solid wood fence, it does not block sight lines or create blind corners. We will also fully maintain the required side triangle at the intersection of Pine Plains and Harry Parker. The fence would begin approximately or more than 25 feet back from the corner on both sides, ensuring that driver visibility on the intersection remains completely unobstructed. The main reason we are requesting this fence is safety for our family. We have 2 young children and a large dog. Our property sits directly along 2 roads. Our children often play in the driveway and yard area, including playing ball, and boundary fence would help ensure they remain safely within the property and away from the roadway. A 5-foot fence height is important to provide meaningful safety for young children and a large dog, while still remaining visually minimal because of the transparent nature of the chain link fencing. Because the property is large and open, we have also experienced situations where people sometimes cross the property, including later in the evening. A fence would help clearly define the boundary of our property and reduce safety and liability concerns. We also occasionally store equipment and trailers on the property, and the fence would help establish a clear property boundary and discourage people from entering our property. Our property is also a corner lot with 2 road frontages, which places additional limitations on fencing under the current bylaw. A transparent chain link fence would allow us to define the boundary while still maintaining the open rural character of the area. We have also observed that other properties along Harry Parker Road have fencing along their own frontage, which suggests that fencing in this area is already part of the rural landscape. It is also worth noting that a chain link fence allows greater visibility than many landscaping features already permitted under the bylaw, such as shrubs and hedges. We're not proposing a solid privacy fence. Our intention is to simply install a visually minimal boundary fence that improves safety while maintaining visibility and respecting the purpose of the bylaw. The corner of the intersection currently has fairly large trees and dense vegetation, and if council felt it would further improve visibility, we would also be willing to trim or clear vegetation within that side triangle on our property. Our goal is not to simply install a fence, but to create a safe and clear defined property for boundary for our family while maintaining and potentially improving visibility at the intersection. We would also be open to reasonable conditions such as maintaining the fence as chain link and ensuring the intersection side triangle remains clear. I appreciate your time and consideration, and we respectfully ask council to allow this installation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to questions. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, pleasure to meet you. I think I'd fully support this fence. I think your adjustments to our the limitations you have there is not really highly traveled area, right? Where
It's
where
not,
it
no.
resided? No, it's really not. And setting it back 25 feet is like really accommodating. Like you're trying to work.
25 feet from the triangle of the intersection. Yeah.
And you still have your sight line. Like you have the trees up there, so I don't see any issue with it personally.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I fully support this as well. I don't see any problems with this whatsoever. I was just wondering if I could put a motion forward to move to amend the procedural bylaw to deal with this under new business.
We can deal with right now.
Well, that's even better. If we can deal with this right now and make a decision on it, I think it would be prudent for us to do so.
Absolutely. Okay. Any other questions from council? Councillor
Chair.
Simpson?
Have you guys done all the surveys and everything?
I do have a survey here. I can share it if you'd like, and we will get the land surveyor to survey the entire property, of course.
Okay.
The fence would be installed on our property.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Your property bars are probably still there because it's a newer subdivision, so you may not need to have a surveyor. You could probably find them yourself.
And we
Save you-
have found some
save you a few
stakeouts,
dollars.
but we might do it anyway just to make sure.
For sure. And our staff could help you out with that if in the cases might be. One question I did have through to you, would you be comfortable if staff did an inspection prior to the installation of the fence?
Of course, we'd be happy to have them on site or go over any details.
Okay, all right, thank you. So there is a recommendation here then that the deputation from Jerry Poulet to 6804 Pine Plains Road, Everett, regarding request for exemption to bylaw 0540, fencing bylaw, be received, and that the property, that the same property be exempted from section 3 of bylaw 0540 as amended to permit the construction of a 5-foot chain link fence along the front and exterior side yard, and that the construction of such fence does not interfere with the required site triangle, and that prior to the construction of such fence, a site visit be completed by the building department. Questions or comments on that item? It's moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. And all those in favor? And that is carried. So thank you. So the building department will reach out to you.
That's great. Thanks so
near
much. Have
future.
a good evening.
Thank you, you as well. All right, we're on to item 9.4, which is a deputation from John Bulligan, Staff Sergeant, from Operations Manager, Dufferin OPP. And I'm not sure if Staff Sergeant is attending tonight. He is not. So council, we've seen all as well in this deputation, there's a request for use of the public room on June the 17th. And so that is the request. Are there any questions or concerns with this? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I just have a concern every time that we see one of these come forward, and that is why we don't automatically just have it, like, can we not put something forward to our staff to come up with a motion at the next meeting with regards to deputations for emergency first responders or whatever, with regards to our rooms that they're open for the public and open for them to do their work at no charge? I just don't know why it keeps coming to council, wasting our time, because nobody's going to say no. So,
Well, that's council's prerogative, and I like to see that. But I would think that earlier today, I actually had a conversation with the clerk, and it was intended that there would be some sort of policy brought before council at some time to look at exempting emergency services, school boards, our community partners, and things like that. So
I mean, they're all working for us.
no
so-
timeline, but I think there's an opportunity there. And so for the time being, I think it's prudent that we continue to accept these as on case-by-case basis right now, and then we can look at a policy to address that need. Any other questions with regards to this deputation request? All right, so the recommendation would be that the deputation from John Billigan, Staff Sergeant, Operations Manager, Dufferin OPP, regarding request for exemption to bylaw 2025-056, fees and charges bylaw, be received, and that council permit the exemption to bylaw 2025-056 to waive the public room rental fees for use by the Dufferin and Nottawasaga OPP on June 17, 2026, and that a completed facility rental agreement and proof of insurance meeting township standards be provided to the township prior to the event. Moved by Councillor Simpson. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we're on to item 10, which is public meetings. Let's see here. Just want to confirm, is Mr. Marabella joining us online?
He was informed and he was going to participate online. Online, losing my voice.
Okay. All right, in the sake of time, do you want to keep an eye on that for me, please? All right, so if council would indulge me, we're going to skip item 10 at the moment, and we're going to go to item, where we're here, look at that, perfect timing. All right, so we're continuing on item 10. He was probably watching us online. All right, so this is a public meeting, so I now declare this portion of the council meeting to be a public meeting at 7:10 p.m. And this is with regards to the 2026 development charges background study and proposed development charges bylaw. So Mr. Marabella, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us, and I believe you do have a presentation for us again.
I do, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Again, my name is Andrew Marabella from Hemson Consulting. I do apologize, I was following along and you skipped through those, got through those delegations quicker than I anticipated. But nonetheless, we will go through the public meeting here. Again, this is kind of the second public meeting as it relates to the development charge background study and bylaw. And just waiting for the clerk's, perfect. So we're going to go to the next slide here. We can go through the kind of some of the contents and the agenda here for this evening's meeting. So this is a public meeting as required under the Act. This is the second public meeting as indicated held regarding the study. The first public meeting was held in April. And this is obviously a second opportunity for anyone to make representations on the 2026 DC study and draft bylaw and rates. Both of which were made available well in advance of this meeting, in advance of the first public meeting, and that information is maintained over the course of this process here. I'll go through some of the changes and some of the updates following that. So this is the kind of our background and study objectives. We'll go through the overview of the study process. We'll kind of go through the calculated DC rates, and then we'll go through the next steps. This public meeting presentation is a bit more truncated this time around than what we had in the previous one, just given that a lot of the information was already relayed to council and the public before. We go to the next slide, just as a brief overview of what are development charges. They're imposed on development to pay for their growth-related capital costs and pays for new infrastructure and facilities to maintain service levels. That could be at the regional level, the municipal level, or the education level. The principle is growth pays for growth, and that the infrastructure and servicing requirements and growth are paid for via the DCs that are levied. If we go through the next slide, the township has levied DCs before and currently levied via bylaw 2184, which took effect on December 10th of 2021. Effectively, they're municipal-wide development charges imposed for general engineered services. That bylaw expires in December. The township is advancing the passage of this bylaw for a June passage. The one thing that is a little different is the bylaw will exclude the area-specific DC for the Everett settlement area, given the infrastructure and financing arrangements around that has changed since the last DC bylaw. Prior to a municipality passing a bylaw, you have to do two things. One, you have to hold a public meeting, and one, you have to have a background study. The background study was done. This is the second public meeting, so we've held certainly more than what is required under the requirements of the legislation. So just as a very quick overview of the DC study process itself, the growth forecast, development forecast informs the amount, type, and location of development, which helps informs the growth-related capital infrastructure needs and what is required to build. There are limitations under the Act in terms of the historic service levels, in terms of how much can be funded from development charges, and we use that historical service level as the basis for this. In terms of our eligible capital costs. There's a series of legislative reductions that have to be considered under the Act in terms of any grants or contributions or benefit to existing or available DC reserves. The costs eligible for recovery are then kind of the last kind of remaining costs, and that gets delineated between your residential and your non-residential sector. Residential, the charge is on a per unit basis. Non-residential is on a per square foot or per square meter of gross floor area. The next slide, just kind of as a summary of the capital program. The gross costs are along the left, which is about $80 million. The grants column, subsidies is the second column in. The benefit to system is effectively the non-growth related share, $35.2 million. Any available DC reserve funds on hand are about $5.8 million, and we have to use those to apply to the projected expenditures. You see the in-period cost in red, and then the other development-related share along the right. The in-period share of $26.9 million is the share that gets carried forward into the DC rate calculation itself. The share of other development-related or post-period shares, we call it, is the $11.9 million. That is growth-related and will be considered for a DC recovery in subsequent DC background study bylaws itself. So if we go to the next slide, just to kind of summarize the overview of the township-wide calculation. So they do take into consideration, as indicated from a legislative and process perspective, the inventories, what we call as the maximum permissible funding envelopes, as well as the capital programs. The charges themselves use a cash flow analysis, meaning that the interest and financing costs associated with carrying out that program are embedded into the rate calculation. The charges are levied on a residential basis and non-residential. Again, residential is by unit type, non-residential on a per square foot or per square meter basis. The services considered within the study are most applicable to be levied on a township-wide basis, and that is the consideration here and maintaining that for what was done in previous bylaws and considering in what we're doing here in this background study in this bylaw. We go to the next slide. Just in terms of the calculated rate themselves, the charge per single detached dwelling unit is about $23,887. You see the rates differentiated by dwelling unit type, and kind of on the lowest end is your bachelor and one bedroom apartment, and then two bedroom or more apartments, and then rows and multiples at $18,650. You see the relationship of the charge is fire protection services about 50%. Services related to a highway about 30%, and we have the remaining service categories included and embedded within it. If you think about back a few slides before on the capital program, a lot of the costs and a lot of the DC eligible expenditures were related to increased servicing requirements for your fire services over the planning horizon. That is what is driving some of the rates that we see here today. Go to the next slide. Really just shows the current versus calculated. The rates that have been calculated are increasing above the current rate that's in force by about $11,400. Some of which is related to the new service category of land acquisition, which was not charged or not included before, but a lot of which is also related to fire protection and increases as well as your parks and recreation services. For the next slide, just looking at the township-wide non-residential DC, calculated at about $75.61 a square meter. Again, some of the driving factors continuing to resonate with similarly on the residential side would be your fire and your services related to a highway charge, comprising a lot of that $75 charge. So on a cost per square meter basis, the increase here is about 56%, about $27 a square meter. Again, some of which related to the new land acquisition charge, which is the new service category in this bylaw, and as well as the fire protection charge, as well as kind of a going up in this particular case. So just to kind of cap off here in terms of the DC bylaw, we made some adjustments to the bylaw to account for the new legislative requirements with no real fundamental changes to the non-statutory exemptions. Working on kind of finalizing a few things in terms of definitions and also updating the indexation date based on the last public meeting to be kind of in sync with the county of Simcoe's DC indexation practice for January 1. And the target bylaw passage date being June 10th of 2026, so about a month from now, and that bylaw will come into force and effect on the timing of passage. If we go to the next slide. Can't remember if I left that. That might have been the end of the presentation then. I don't remember if I had a next step slide, but that is the effectively the end of the presentation. We're really, again, here the second public meeting. I kind of perhaps went through this in a bit of a quicker pace than I did the first couple times around with the township, but presumably we've been well versed in some of this lingo up to this point. So happy to answer any of the questions you may have, or if there's anyone from the public online for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mirabella. And before I go to the public, I do just want to say thank you again for entertaining a second public meeting, because this is such an important topic for the municipality, and I think it's important that we make sure that council and the public have an opportunity to speak, and I don't think it hurts for a second opportunity to do that. So with that said, any person may attend the public meeting and or make written or verbal representation either in support of or in opposition to the development charges study and proposed development charges bylaw. Please note all names and addresses will become part of the public record and will be included within the minutes of council. Are there any persons that wish to provide comment in support of or against the development charges study and the proposed development charges bylaw? Mr. Nielsen, please. Okay, just make sure the green light's on the mic, please. Perfect, thank you.
On these development charges you keep talking about, how is the new one going to be affecting development charges? Because the federal and provincial government are going to be cutting it at 50%. So where are the extra monies going to come from if they're cutting development charges? Because you're still going to need the roads being done. Does that mean taxpayers going to be having to support the rest? I just want clarification on that. Like if it's cutting by $4.4 billion, that's a lot of money.
For sure. So, Mr. Mirabella, if you'd like to clarify that for Mr. Nielsen, please.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question. So, I mean, there's two parts to the answer. One, the provincial and federal arrangement that they've announced for is intended to be a partnership to fund kind of shovel-ready infrastructure projects. And the intention with the caveat to get the money is municipalities have to commit to reducing their DCs. There hasn't been any finalization of that agreement or what the requirements are for it. We've seen the headlines, there's some of the announcements of it, but the money hasn't been dispersed. And we don't know if the municipality is even going to be eligible for it, and if they have infrastructure projects that are going to qualify. But if they did qualify and they wanted to get the money, they would have to then go on the track to reduce DCs, and it's upwards of 50%. But the intention is that it would be revenue neutral and that you're reducing the DCs, which were in effect being used to pay for the infrastructure, which you're getting the money for. But we don't have that exact relationship just yet, and any of the details of the funding program and the agreements itself. So that would be a consideration of council should that agreement come to them, and should they be kind of the beneficiary of the money.
So the way you're saying it won't affect the taxpayers if that kicks in?
In theory, that is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Are there any other persons in attendance wishing to speak? Okay, and did we receive anything written today?
We did not receive any written comments today.
Okay. All right, are there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. Couple of things, just with regard to the draft bylaw. I just want to note that I believe it's page 181 of our agenda, 181 of 938. There's a note with regard to the dates for the public meeting. Just want to identify that I think it should read May 13th, not the 19th. Additionally, I had a question with regard to the indexing. In the past bylaw, it was identified as October. Which is why we've kind of carried it forward from the old bylaw to the current bylaw and the proposal that was there. And I think, Mr. Mirabella, you had noted perhaps changing that to align with the county's date. Now, the bylaw that we have that was approved by the previous council was approved in December of, I believe it's 2021. So when it was approved in 2021 and the indexing date was set at October, that indexing could not have occurred the following year. Is that correct?
Sorry, so you mean the indexing in 2022
Correct.
wouldn't have occurred?
Correct. Because it hadn't been a full year.
I have to check depends on the dollar your last study. Did you proceed with the index or did you not proceed with the index?
Perhaps staff can provide an answer to that.
Mr. Andrzejczyk, if you might, I believe we've indexed every year regardless, and we would have just we took a month off the indexing if that was the case.
Through yourself to Councillor Simpson, yeah, we would be indexing each year. So if with the bylaw being approved, excuse me, in 2021, we would be indexing in 2022, and we've always indexed every year going forward.
So, thank you. So that means that even though it's passed in December, then the indexing still happens. So with this one, and as the mayor has proposed, changing that indexing period, I just want to make sure, if we pass it in June, are we then indexing in January? Because I don't want to be in a position where we're not able to index because it hasn't been a year.
So maybe just to clarify through the mayor, I think the notes that I had were that the first year the index would have been January 1, 2028 from our last public meeting, but is the intention to index January 1, 2027?
Well, with any change in date in terms of the indexing, my position would be that indexing should be happening every year. I don't want to be approving a bylaw today only to allow another half a year where that indexing does not occur. And so I don't know if there's any legislative requirements to allow for that indexing to occur, prior to that time period, because it hasn't been a full year, or it wouldn't be a full year, right?
So Councillor Simpson, so I'm just looking, Mr. Mirabella, so the question would be, can the bylaw be indexed prior to a full year, 12 months? Can it be indexed for only a 6-month period?
And we can adjust the language in the bylaw so that even if it is a 6-month period, we can have a 6-month index on it, and the full year index would be the following year. Okay. So long as there is an indexation in there, we can account for that in the bylaw, and that can be adjusted for.
Okay, I would be amenable to that and supporting something that does allow for that indexing to occur on a more regular basis. So, thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify on the more regular basis, it's once a year though.
Once a
Like you're talking about the first time.
First
Thank you.
indexing
Yeah.
Okay.
should be on the 2027.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just on this particular note here, my concern would be if they make changes during the time, or time changes and stuff. If the provincial government makes concessions to the DC charge bylaw, then we'd have to roll back. So I would really be concerned with that. That we could be. We're not going to be advantageous in our DC charges. In fact, it could hinder us down the road if we don't do it now. You know what I mean?
Sorry, the option is
Mr. Marabella, maybe just could you clarify just the timelines on adoption and how the bylaw would come to force and effect?
Yeah, so I mean, as it stands now, the projection is that the bylaw would be passed on June 10th, with the in effect date upon passage. And then if to council's wish, if they wanted to go forward with the index on January 1st, they could do that. I mean, I will note, we can always put that in the bylaw, and should anything come from the provincial or federal governments about government money associated with the DCs, the Act now allows for easy amendment for the indexing provisions, as well as one of the recent changes. So you can always roll back or make an adjustment to your index provision if that is a sticking point closer to your January 1st date.
Supplemental. I guess what I'm getting at is that let's say we put this in effect January 1st. June 10th. Okay, if it goes in June 10th, yeah, okay, I have no problem. But you're talking about an effect date.
Sorry, just for clarification, the indexing period is to account for the increase in the cost of inflation.
Right.
And so the original amount that was passed by council in 2021, say, was about $9,021. That number is now, in today's numbers, about 12,000 and some odd change.
Right.
Right? So the indexing calculation is basically to account for that change in inflation.
Right.
So Councillor Meadows, when we pass a bylaw, if we pass a bylaw on June 10th, the new rates would start that day.
That day. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Okay, I thought it was going to be It was going to be an effect date. Okay. Can I go on with my
Can you
questions,
guess?
please? I'm just curious. What occupancy factors are you using in your calculations?
Mr. Marabella?
Yeah, sorry, through Mayor, give me a second. I'll have to pull that up. So we're using 3.33 for singles and semis.
3.33.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell me what borrowing costs and interest on the $27 million, plus million shortfall can we accrue on anything with regards to the development charges that the taxpayers are going to be bore for now anyways? Like we don't have anything or any agreements with that $27 million shortfall. So I guess what I'm getting at, is there any interest or dollar amount that we can get for development charges for that?
Yeah, so through the mayor, we have on the costs that are being DC funded, the eligible costs, we do cash flow the rates. And when the reserve goes into a negative position, we use a interest rate of 5.5% to account for the debenture financing costs. And then we also consider interest costs on the positive balances at 3.5% when the funds are positive in the reserve.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just that when, the reason why I asked with regards to the occupancy factors, on page 15 of your report, using the calculations from the township census population and the 10-year approximate additional dwelling units to the people, I come up with two different calculations. I could come up with 3.17 and 2.76.
So the 3.33 is for singles and semis. So, and that is the predominant one.
So that would be just an average then, I guess what I'm calculating.
Yeah. So if
Okay.
you're looking at the total, it's probably weighted with the rest of them. Correct.
Okay. Okay, on page 18, can you tell me what population number is being used? Per population employment under the fire protection services.
Yep. Are you looking at the service level calculation?
Yes.
Or are you looking?
Yep, the service level indicator.
Yeah, so it's 3685 is the population and employment, and that's the net population plus employment growth.
3685?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this build-out that we're looking into, at first it was brought to council that it was going to be a 20-year build-out. Now they're, in your calculations, I'm taking it's a 10-year build-out. Is that correct?
No, it's still a longer term build out, but we are advancing more of the units in the 10-year period based on council's discussion and our discussion with yourselves from previous correspondence.
So we're talking 20-year. Or could it be?
It'll be, yeah, it'll actually be. I mean, just based on the trajectory, it'll be less than that, but it's not all within the 10-year period.
Okay, it's just that when you're looking at some of the numbers and that, if you don't know the actual numbers that you're using, it's kind of figure out on some of the averages that you're using. So we have another one here that I don't understand what you're saying here. It says program is deemed financially sustainable. Cost of growth analysis on page 30 at the bottom of the page. The calculated annual funding provision should be considered within the context of the township's projected growth. Over the next 10 years to 2035, the township is projected to increase by approximately 1,150 dwellings. In addition, the township is forecasted to add about 505 new employees that will result in approximately 37,725 square meters of additional non-residential building space. I just don't understand where the 505 new employees are, what factor is that from?
So through the mayor, the employment growth numbers are based on, at least kind of with the population growth that's coming, we've assumed that there's going to be a relative increase in new employees in the municipality.
505?
Yes, and that maintains the activity rate that we have currently.
Well, because I'm just looking at our current commercial space, and we don't have anything as far as our commercial corridors looked at or anything like that as far as in our official plan or anything. So it's kind of concerning that we're projecting 505 new employees when we don't have anything in our growth node for commercial activity.
Well, but with the development of new residential and population coming in, there'll be service-related and population-related growth, whether that's service-related industries. And part of that is to recognize that there's going to be, employment with the new population. Now, should that change and next time we update the DC and you do have a better projection, then we can make those modifications in the background study.
Okay, thank you. And DCs for the sixth concession. I know I keep bringing this up. The sixth concession is going to cost a lot more than the $1.5 million allocated in the road study. We're probably for that road looking at close to $5 million to put that road in start to finish. So I'm just wondering why that I didn't see that in any of the DC studies for that particular road.
Again, through the mayor, we did include the concession project. It is at the 1.5 million. I mean, we can only go by the, discussion that we had with staff indicating that seemed to be the correct number.
That number was given in 2013, actually before 2013, to the OMB. So that number is way out to lunch. And we've been bringing this up time and time again that these numbers that we're using are not correct numbers. So I'm concerned that our DC charges, let's say the government does cut our DC charges in half, we're going to be below what they should be because we don't have the right calculations in there. That's my concern anyway.
Okay, I'm going to go to the CAO on that question for Concession Road 6.
Excuse me, through your worship. That number has been double checked through the engineers that we spoke with that did the DREA. We wanted them to double check that numbers. They came up with the same one. We also went to Greenland to double check those numbers. We also went to the former director of Public Works to verify that number. We also went to Hempson themselves to take a look at that number to evaluate it, and all came up with around the same 1.5 to 1.6 for a rural cross section from the future wastewater plant to the 15th concession. So it has been checked multiple times by multiple engineers. Again, it is an estimate for right now. Whether that changes because of any construction costs, labor costs, material costs in the future, it will be adjusted per the next DC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marabella, anything you'd like to add more on the nature of those calculations for the projects that are within the DCs? I think it's helpful context if you could provide some.
Through the mayor, no, nothing for that comment.
Okay. Councillor Meadows, anything further?
No, that about wraps it up. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Borzos and then Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification for my interpretation of the presentation. On slide 4, under the old bylaw, we read that includes the area-specific DC for Everett and specifically for road works, which will expire on December 10th of this year. And then the following line in there, it shows that the new bylaw to exclude the very same. So I'm a little confused there. And if it excludes, does it include the entire area of Everett, or does it include the roadworks, or does it exclude the roadwork? Which one is what? And if it does exclude, what's going to happen on December 11th? What will apply to Everett if it's not included in the new bylaw, but then it's already excluded in the expired bylaw? I'm just confused about this.
Mr. Marabella?
Yes, through the mayor. So the current bylaw has we call it an area-specific development charge, which is levied only in the Everett area for one specific road work via kind of the OMB directive at the time. As we understand, that piece of work that was identified, what we were collecting for the ASTC, is going to be paid for entirely by the developer. So it's going to, the financing or funding arrangements have changed. So we're not going to be levying an ASDC for it because there's no cost to be recovered for it. So that would be removed from the bylaw. And then so when the new bylaw comes into force, there will no longer be an ASDC. It'll just be charged one municipal wide rate, but would still apply to development in Eckerd, just not an additional charge for that piece of road.
Okay, so just quickly, just to summarize it, the new bylaw will apply to all of the developments in Everett? Nothing will be excluded?
Township wide, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary?
Through the chair, my question is with regards to the sixth concession. Now, in the DC charges, we're not charging from County Road 5 to the 15th side road. We're only going from the sewage treatment plant where it stops to County Road to the 15th side road. Is that right? And what
Mr. Calamitu?
Through your worship, that is correct.
supplement to that? What is that distance? Anybody aware?
Mr. Calamitu?
Through you, if I remember correctly from my memory, which is fading, I believe it was 1.1 kilometers. But I will double check and get back to the councillor.
1.1 kilometers.
I think it's 1.4, but pretty close.
Yeah.
We're double check.
I will double check on that one.
Thank you.
Anything further on? Good. Councillor Cox, anything? Deputy Mayor Locks, anything to add? Okay. All right, any further questions comments from council? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Marabella, for coming in. Appreciate the time and clarification.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council. Good night.
Good night. All right, so it is now 7:45 p.m. and I will declare the public meeting closed. Mr. Anderchuk, while we're just on the subject, so the draft bylaw will be brought forward on the next council meeting agenda in June for council consideration.
That is correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, that also needs to be posted prior to, does that bylaw need to be posted prior to the publication of the agenda? Or can we do that so that it's prior to?
We can certainly have it posted for the public prior to the meeting. I don't know off the top of my head was a requirement, but we certainly have it available prior to.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, so we're on to item 11, which is public comment. Members of the public may request their comments to be read by the clerk or present their comments orally. Only public comments related to an item on the agenda listed as staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws will be read. Members of the public wishing to submit public comments can do so in writing to our clerk no later than 12 noon on the day of the meeting. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to provide their comments? And if so, please raise your hand, and once called upon, proceed to the podium. Are there any persons wishing to provide public comment this evening? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing today?
Through you, Worship, no comments were received in writing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're on to item 12 then, which is upcoming events and announcements. I have a few here just to bring up. So the first is National Public Works Week, and that runs from May 17th to May 23rd. And on behalf of council, I would like to extend our thanks to the dedicated members of the Public Works team. Your hard work and commitment to maintaining the infrastructure and services that keep Adjala-Tosorontio running smoothly do not go unnoticed, particularly at this time. And from keeping our roads safe and clear to ensuring our parks and facilities and public spaces are well maintained. Your efforts are essential to our community, so thank you. Also, May 17th to 23rd is Paramedic Services Week, and this year's theme is Improving Outcomes Together. On behalf of Council, I want to extend thanks and gratitude to all the members of the paramedic services teams that provide a vital public service and quality access to emergency care. And as Deputy Mayor Locks and myself witnessed yesterday, the county does the paramedic for a day. It's always an exciting thing at County Council, and so that did happen yesterday, and I believe it was a grade 5 student that submitted an essay and quite elegantly read that out to County Council yesterday. Third item is a reminder to all the residents that the Township office will be closed on Monday, May 18th, 2026 for Victoria Day. And on behalf of Council, we wish everyone a safe and enjoyable Victoria Day weekend. On May 22nd, 2026 at 11 a.m., a special council meeting is being held here in council chambers. Residents can attend in person or view online through the live stream, and this is with regards to some agreements with the Everett development. And lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Darlow was in Mississauga, I believe, this afternoon or most of the day. And as council was circulated earlier, I wanted to bring this forward that the OPWA, which is Ontario Public Works Association, has an annual award, and this year the 2025 Public Works Project of the Year Award for an environment between a $10 million and $50 million project was presented to the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio in association with EXP, Baseline Constructors in Tribute Communities, for the project of the Colgan Wastewater Treatment Plant. So it was recognized by this organization for the environment, and if I could just read the first paragraph that was provided in this book. EXP was retained by a private developer, Tribute Communities, to design and build a wastewater treatment plant for their planned development in Colgan in the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio. The new wastewater treatment plant is located within the 640 household development it is intended to serve, and the plant's location within the community led to an innovative design that concluded an enclosed treatment plant with strict odor control measures and exterior aesthetic which integrated within the community. A significant project consideration was the protection of public and environmental health, which was accomplished through quality engineering, robust safety measures, and collaboration between the developer, the design team, and the township and its residents. So I just want to congratulate everyone who was involved in constructing this plant, and that is quite an honor to be recognized for a new plant that's just commissioned. So congratulations to everyone there. Are there any other announcements from members of council? Okay, I'll go to the CAO for administrative update, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, we do have two, but I'd like to pass it over to the directors to do that. There is a note with regard to Celebrate Canada program later on in the agenda, but we also have other funding that we just recently received. One was for the Trails Connecting Communities program grant that I will turn over to the Director of Public Works and Engineering to note before we move on to the second one.
Thank you. Mr. Darlow.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, we put in for this grant there, and we were successful to get another $5,000 there for our community trails program. So this grant is actually going to be to improve some signage there at some trailheads there for the TRCA. We were already successful there through the TRCA for an additional $5,000. So now we've got a total of $15,000 to improve the entrances to these trails. And to update even further on that, staff have been in discussions with the TRCA, and the TRCA is already working on the sign layout, and are going to get back to us very shortly there with an implementation plan.
Okay, thank you. That's great news.
Through your worship, another grant that we received is the CEPG, and I'd like to turn it over to the chief to talk about the grant that we got for our emergency management preparedness, and I believe he has some things to show to the audience.
Make sure you don't start that inside, eh? Chief, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson and Council, for the opportunity to speak today and for your continued support of the fire department. As a rural fire department, our operational realities differ significantly from urban services, especially when responding to wildland fires. We protect a large geographic area with limited accessibility, often far from hydrants. Increasing temperatures and drier conditions are amplifying the frequency and intensity of the wildfire fire threats, and as we've witnessed throughout Ontario and Canada over the last several years. Recently, the township was awarded $50,000 from the province of Ontario through the Community Emergency Preparedness Grant to strengthen our emergency preparedness and response capability. I would like to thank Deputy Fire Chief Adam Rockall and firefighter Farina Murad for their hard work in developing and submitting this grant application. And the fire department is extremely grateful for this investment as we thank the province of Ontario and MPP Brian Saunderson for supporting our township's emergency preparedness. On April the 29th, MPP Saunderson announced this funding at Station 2, recognizing the importance of equipment for rural communities such as Adjala-Tosorontio within tools needed to respond to emergencies. This grant puts ATFD in a stronger position to protect our community and supporting neighborhood municipalities during wildland incidents. One practical example of that investment is the new portable pump system that I'll be demonstrating today. So this pump, which is relatively light, the firefighters will be able to carry this into the forest using ponds, streams, rivers to pump out water through the lightweight firefighting hose. This will be able to provide up to 800 feet for the firefighting capability at 380 PSI, significantly increasing our ability to fight the fires deep-seated within the community. As well, we received 800 feet of hose for each station. Each station receives a pump and chainsaws that will be able to be utilized during the wildfire. Equipping our firefighters with the proper tools enhances safety for the responders and the residents alike. So on behalf of ATFD, thank you for your continued support and keeping our community safe. Is there any questions?
No, thank you, Chief. Now, I was at that funding announcement, and I want to thank yourself and Adam for the work on the grant application. It's a very competitive
Yes.
Grant, so to get $50,000 from the province and from the ministry to actually fund these, and again, these are just a couple items that we received will procure. But just wanted, maybe if you could just elaborate a bit more. There is also some backpacks that can
Yes.
hook up to actual nozzles, and that would allow the firefighters to actually maneuver through brush. So if you could maybe just elaborate a bit more on it.
That's correct. So just for constant of the time, we did receive quite a bit of equipment. There are backpacks, special backpacks that can carry the water deep into the bush and the forest. We received 16, so we'll be able to put 8 at each station, along with some hard packs as well. So we'd be able to utilize them in a manner where we could utilize the tankers, the pumpers along the side of the road with our current, so it augments our current and expands our capability. The fire department's extremely grateful for all of this wildfire, especially with the increase of the threat to the community.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Chief. Chris, was that the way too? Okay. All right, Council, so we're at item 13, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from consent this evening? Councillor Meadows?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to see 13.1, 13.3, 13.4, 13.6, and 13.8 pulled from the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items to be pulled from consent? Okay, seeing none. So the recommendation is that consent item or consent agenda recommendations 13.2, 13.5, 13.7, and 13.9 be adopted as presented, and that staff be authorized to take all necessary actions. Mover for that recommendation, Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor O'Leary, and all those in favor, that is carried. Madam Clerk, just confirming 1 is a staff report, all others correspondence?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, just the first one is a staff report.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on 14 now, which is staff reports. 14.1 is IND 2026-09, purchase of sidewalk machine. Mr. Darlow.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this first report coming to council there from the Public Works is for the purchase of a sidewalk machine. This is specifically being funded through development charges. We did go through the Canoe Procurement Group there to follow our purchasing bylaw, and we were able to make a recommendation here to council there for a John Deere compact utility tractor for a total upset cost of $115,275.95 plus applicable taxes.
Great, thank you. Sounds like a bargain to me. Any questions through to Mr. Darlow? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Darlow, the item that we're getting, is it going to be able to go throughout all of Colgan? Is the intent to do all the sidewalks in Colgan with this machinery?
Mr. Darlow?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, yes, that's correct. It's able to go through and do all the sidewalks in Colgan, as well as sidewalks in other areas in the community if required. It has various attachments to it there that allows for modifying it there to handle different widths as required.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions on the item? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just curious on why we're purchasing this right now for a sidewalk machine for Colgan using DC charges, because we haven't assumed the subdivision yet. So the developer is still responsible for the sidewalks as far as I knew. So, like, why are we buying the equipment now? I'm just curious.
Mr. Darlow, if you could provide context as to next or the existing community plus the Colgan for their development.
Yes, certainly, Your Worship there. So through Your Worship there to Councillor Meadows, the intention for this year is we'll have it ready for Colgan, but you are absolutely correct. The developer is still maintaining the sidewalks in that area. We are able to utilize this machine there for other sidewalks. So this winter we do intend on using it for the sidewalks town-wide, so then we can save some costs for contracting it.
Supplemental?
Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, the procurement, I've never heard of this procurement company that we're using until now. This is the first time I've heard of Canoe Procurement Organization. They're out of Alberta, BC, and, Alberta, Ontario, and I'm just wondering, they only have one person doing procurement out here in Ontario. I'm just wondering how we ended up using them for a procurement organization, because we have a procurement policy already in place. And I don't see them being mentioned in our procurement policy for picking out equipment.
Mr. Darlow, if you'd like.
Through Your Worship, ourselves, as well as I would say most municipalities across the country, are part of the Canoe Procurement Group. The Canoe Procurement Group there, what they do is they go out and they go through a competitive bid there to find vendors and then get a discount there that they relay back to us. Specifically, the Canoe Group, if you talk with they are a national organization. They also have another, I believe, subset there in the States. But what they typically do is they negotiate with the overarching supplier. So in this particular case, they have a contract not with Huron Tractor, but with John Deere. And then John Deere will then relay that discount back through Huron Tractor to the municipality. So typically, they're not dealing with the local suppliers, especially for these types of equipment. They're actually dealing with the manufacturer there, and then the discount rate, it flows through to us from them.
Oh, through.
Councillor Meadows?
Your worship. With regards to that, though, like we have that, to me, that's not following our current procurement policy that we have in place. If we're going to be using an outside organization to do our procurement, it should be written in our policy. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying, like, we have a policy in place, and also, personally, I don't think it gives a fair opportunity to people in the area to be able to procure. Like we've got John Deere here, but we've also got a new, what is it? A case that's just down the road that's just opened up. And there's Hutsagovania, like there's all sorts of other organizations that we could at least look into that may give us a better price. I mean, we haven't even looked at that option. So I'm kind of hesitant on putting all this forward, especially when, number one, the DC charges are being used in another part of the town, and the DC charges were collected for the Colgan area. So, you know, I have a bit of a problem with this, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Just to comment, and maybe the CEO or the treasurer, it doesn't preclude staff from going out to seek other bids. So the procurement policy is there. So whether you go through Canoe or whether you go through, it doesn't preclude staff from going out to actually seek other competitive bids. So it's just another tool to go through the process. Mr. Kalamutim, if you'd like to provide any further context to that.
Through your mayor, I believe it's section 4.4 of the procurement policy, but what it is the process. So what we have to do is abide by our procurement policy with regard to the competitive procurement to try to find the best deal for the taxpayers. So there is, but we also are able to do cooperative pricing. So with that, we can partner up with other organizations, usually government entities or public entities, so that we could collectively procure through competitive processes. So that way, it's almost like the opposite of buy in bulk. It's greater purchasing power. So then, when we do buy, we can get the best bang for the buck, the best deal, because it is a multitude of, in this case, for Canoe's case, government and public organizations that are purchasing the similar or same piece of equipment, materials, etc. So this type of procurement is done throughout the province. I myself have done it in about 4 or 5 different municipalities, and as you can see from the staff reports through the director, that it is getting us very, very good prices, because it basically widens the net, but it is still a process that abides by our procurement policy. Thank you. I'm not sure if the treasurer could elaborate on that, but hopefully that's some information.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could also tell me what this includes, because the machine alone itself is about $70,000, $50,000 to $70,000. That's what the machine itself costs. So I'd just like to know what else this particular machine is outfitted with to cost $115,000.
Mr. Darlow, could you explain the accessories for the product, please?
Yes, certainly. Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, yeah, there are numerous accessories that we were able to add onto this machine. So first of all, we were able to get 2 full sets of tires. So the regular tires that came with it were a little bit wider for some of our sidewalks. So we got a special winter style tire there that's a little bit narrower, so it won't go over the grass there when it's doing the clearing. The machine itself has a snowblower. We also have a blade. We also have a broom, which we're excited for the broom there. We think that'll work really well early in the winter there, so we can actually clear the snow off the sidewalks there and not do damage to the grass on either side. And then there's a couple other utility parts there that we were able to get as well, just to help in the summer months there, just because we already have the tractor. So a rototiller and some equipment there to help with the sports fields.
With regards to the blade, is it a multi-directional blade? Does it have hydraulic movement to push snow, or what is it?
Through your worship there to Councillor Meadows, I would have to double check. I'm pretty sure it was a V blade, but I don't want to overquote on, I don't believe there's any hydraulics on it, but I can certainly look into that and get back to you directly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, the recommendation is a staff report IND 2026-09 dated May 13, 2026 regarding purchase of sidewalk machine be received, and that council approve the purchase of a John Deere compact utility tractor and accessory equipment in the amount of $275,275.95 plus applicable taxes. Mover, please. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. Any further questions? And all those in favor? And that is carried. 14.2 is IND 2026-10 contract award for asphalt and surface treatment. Mr. Darlow.
Through your worship to council, so through our regular procurement policy, we sent out tenders there for both asphalt as well as surface treatment there for various road segments around the town. They were in the market there for roughly three and a half weeks. In the actual council report there, you can see all the approved pricing there that we went with. But I will note specifically there for both of them, all of our prices actually came in under budget, which staff was really excited about. We think right now, which we weren't sure with some of the situations going around in the wider world there, that prices might not be as low, but we were very happy with what the pricing was. And with that, we're actually recommending a couple additional segments of road that did not last well throughout the winter, so we can actually get those done as well.
Thank you. Any questions through to the director? Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Adjala. What is a low approved bid? Was there lower bids that weren't approved? Is it like were they non-responsive? Did vendors not provide their quote in time? I'm just wondering what the approved portion is, right?
Mr. Darlow.
Yeah, through your worship there to Councillor Cox. The low approved bid, so typically why we call it the low approved bid is we go through and we make sure that they have all the correct information and the correct documentation as part of the submission. In this particular case, the low approved bid was also the low bid. So they had all the right documentation, but they were also the low bid.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Well, generally, I'm supportive of spending additional dollars. It's a bit more than I expected that we'd do, but since I guess we got a fairly good unit rate for asphalt and surface treatment, it is prudent to proceed at this time. So with no other questions, I'll read the recommendation. That staff report IND 2026-10 dated May 13, 2026 regarding the award of asphalt and surface treatment be received, and that council award contract 2026-05T placement of hot mix asphalt and shoulder gravel to Lisbon Paving in the amount of $675,939, including applicable taxes. And that council award contract 2026-04T supply and placement of double surface treatment to Duncor in the amount of $547,463, including applicable taxes. And that council award the provisional pricing in contract 2026-04T supply and placement of double surface treatment to Duncor and contract 2026-05T placement of hot mix asphalt and shoulder gravel to Lisbon Paving in the amount of $482,939 $749, including applicable taxes, utilizing the existing project surplus, as well as $395,151 from the working fund reserve. Mover, please. Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Any further questions? And all those in favor? Sorry, your question? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, through the chair. Just one question to Mr. Darlow, and we had briefly spoken on this. Side Road 10, Adjala, from 3rd to the 4th is what it says in the report. I believe it's 2nd to the 3rd, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, I did go back and double check, and I apologize I wasn't able to get back to you before the council meeting. But it is correct that it's the 3rd to the 4th, not to the 2nd to the 3rd. The 3rd to the 4th is the section you're speaking of is not in great shape either. But the 3rd to the 4th was a little bit worse, and it takes significantly more traffic. So our goal is to go through our road evaluation this year, and ideally we can identify that segment there for next year's consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. 14.3 is staff report IND 2026-11 contract award for pickleball courts. Mr. Darlow.
Thank you, Your Worship. There, through council, I would like to bring this council report forward. So this is specifically to add pickleball courts as part of our capital budget. This was identified as a priority project. We've gone out and we've gotten pricing again through the canoe procurement program. This one here was a little unique. We were dealing with some local contractors trying to figure out how to push this project forward, and eventually when we got further along, the company that we were dealing with ended up being someone that's also part of the canoe procurement group. So that was a good news story there to assist us with moving this project along quickly. The price itself is sort of the actual contract, or the council approved budget was $220,000. We were able to get a very competitive bid at just under $187,000. And that one there, so that's specifically for the pickleball courts for both Decker Park as well as Haley Park. The courts themselves would be dual courts, so 2 courts per location. As well as a proper court surfacing and a surface treatment type playing surface below that. So we're pretty excited about that. We're able to come in under budget, and we're anticipating this project, if council were to approve it there, could be done as early as August.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just curious, that project includes fences around the pickleball courts, does it not?
Through your worship there, yes, that's correct. The contract itself allows for up to 10-foot chain link fence. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson?
And through the chair. Mr. Darlow, just wanted to confirm also that this, while it's used for pickleball, but it can also be used for badminton, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, I did reach out to the contractor last night and again today. There is a multi-sport netting that can be installed as well. I don't have the final pricing or availability from the contractor yet, but he did say that yes, there is a multi-sport system that could be installed and purchased if we wanted to go that way, that could be used for, he said specifically volleyball. I know we were talking about badminton and other sports. I'm unsure what sports multi-sport is. I know he definitely said volleyball, but I'm hoping to get some more information on that multi-sport net.
Thank you. Yes, I would be fair. I would be in favor of something that is multi-sport, and there can be greater utility of those facilities that we were building, right? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Mr. Darlow, maybe if we could get a rendering of that setup, and that would be a good news story to share out in the community as well, because I know it's something that has been asked for a few years now. All right, so the recommendation is that staff report IND 2026-11 dated May 13, 2026 regarding award for pickleball courts be received, and that council approve the purchase and installation of 2 pickleball courts in 2 locations in the amount of $186,219.26 plus applicable taxes. Mover, please. Councillor Borzos, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? and that is carried. 14.4 is a staff report from Fire 2026-2, Direct Award Vehicle Stabilization and Airbag Lifting Equipment. Chief.
Yes, through the chair. So the fire department seeks 2 direct awards to qualified vendors for approval to proceed with a non-standard procurement. Two awards, one for AJ Stone in the amount of $27,540, and the second one to PPE Solutions for $30,236.
Thank you. And both these items were accommodated in our 2026 budget. Any questions through to the chief on these items? Seeing none, again, good equipment to have. That staff report Fire 2026-2 dated May 13, 2026 regarding direct award vehicle stabilization and airbag lifting equipment to be received, and that council approved a direct award to AJ Stone in the amount of $27,064 plus applicable tax and shipping to be funded from the fire reserve, and that council approve a direct award to PPE Solutions in the amount of $29,714 plus applicable tax and shipping to be funded from the fire reserve. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. 14.5, Staff Report PLA 2026-7, Adoption of the new Township of Adjala-Tosorontio Official Plan. Latest iteration and final iteration is May 2026. Mr. Merrick.
Yep, through your worship. Sorry. Yep, so we're bringing forward a report recommending adoption of the new official plan for the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio dated May of 2026. The recommendation is also to consider a bylaw to adopt this new official plan, and that the original bylaw to the current official plan, bylaw 98-65, including all amendments and modifications thereto, be repealed at the end of the day on which the new Township of Adjala-Tosorontio official plan for the lands within the township is approved by the County of Simcoe as the approval authority, and that council authorize staff to make application to the County of Simcoe for review and final approval of the new adopted Township official plan, May 2026.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions through to the planning department? Councillor Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. On page 10, I think that was perfectly done, with the exception of one little tiny thing.
Can you give a bit more context than just page 10?
Oh, sorry, page 10, or page 107, item 10, sorry. Page 107, item 10, with regards to the Indigenous clarification on archaeology and the study. Okay. I would just like to have something added in there that would say, and should be marked on our township mapping to ensure preservation and protection. You know, just so those places are identified if they come across anything, that any native stuff found, artifacts or whatever, are located in that area.
Okay, perhaps Mr. Mayor could explain the process of when something of that nature is found and how that's handled.
Yep, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Meadows. Most municipalities do not map Indigenous archaeological sites because of their sensitivity. There is some confidentiality in the site and in the findings of those sites, and it is actually at the request of First Nations and Métis communities that those sites are not publicly advertised. So I understand, you know, where your initial thought was coming from, but it's actually the preference of the Indigenous communities that those sites are not advertised to ensure their protection.
Thank you for that. And one other thing, through Your Worship, and I talked to Debbie on this particular one. I don't know if she's talked to you on it. Any changes to the Ontario Provincial Policy Statement will automatically be supplemented to the terms and conditions of our official plan and brought forward to council's attention for ratification through resolution. I'd like something like that added into the official plans. I talked to Debbie on it. I don't know if she's made you aware of it, or...
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, the document as drafted is consistent with the provincial planning statement. It does conform to all provincial plans. It does conform with the County of Simcoe official plan. And if through the County of Simcoe's review as approval authority, there's any discrepancies found, something isn't consistent with, does not conform to, there will be adjustments made through modifications. So when they bring a report recommending approval of the adopted official plan, there will include modifications to ensure that it is consistent with or conforms to all provincial planning policies and plans.
Through your worship. Yeah, I would just like our past official plan was so outdated, and I just don't want to see this official plan become outdated through different provincial policy statements coming forward and not being captured. So if we, and then it goes to OMB, an OMB hearing, and we don't capture it. So that's where I was just kind of concerned with not having that in there, that we might lose out on some OMB cases, that's all.
So just to clarify if I'm hearing right, so you're looking at it if we adopt our OP and then in 5 years the provincial policy statement changes,
Right.
how that would affect our OP and how we capture that within the OP?
That's correct.
Okay, maybe Greg, if you could explain that one.
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson. Bill,
Councillor Meadows.
Sorry, Meadows, apologies.
I've been called worse.
Yeah, okay. Apologies. Yeah, so within our new official plan, it specifically says that the municipality will revisit its official plan every 5 years. So that's a Planning Act requirement. And if there's updates required, we'll make those updates at that time. It can be a light update to the official plan. Or if there's been a lot of change at a provincial level, it can be a comprehensive update. But every 5 years, municipalities need to look at their plan to determine what changes, updates are required. If nothing's required at the 5-year interval, then we, within 10 years, have to update, this official plan. So if this official plan is adopted in 2026, 2036, at the latest, we are doing a comprehensive update to ensure that it reflects latest provincial policy and plan.
Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, and I would just like to thank Debbie and yourself and your team, especially Kartik, because I know he's been pulling his hair out on this as well. You guys have done a fabulous job in bringing this forward, and I think you all need to be recognized as doing a fabulous job, because I tell you, I've been waiting for this for 3 terms of council, and it's finally here, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Through your worship, I really appreciate your comments, Councillor Meadows.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. I want to echo that as well, because this is a very big task, and we certainly on council recognize the hard work that your team has done in bringing it this far. And I'm also pleased to see those wording with regard to the historical context and everything like that. So I've noted that. Thank you for doing that. I want to address one item. This is on page 255 of the report. With regard to the recent provincial documentation in the ERO, you've noted here future settlement area boundary expansions and related land use planning decisions shall occur in accordance with the provincial South Simcoe growth strategy. Could you please explain the ramifications of that, and does that not almost look like we are approving these in principle, these provincial growth strategy principles and the 2 projects that they have identified within it with regard to our municipality?
Mr. Merrick?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, so through the provincial minister's approval of the County of Simcoe's official plan amendment number 7, they have made reference to the South Simcoe growth strategy and the possibility of expanding settlement area boundaries through that plan, which is not yet a released plan, but it alludes to the fact that it is something that is being seriously considered through this ERO and the identification of the 32 project sites and the 10 priority project sites, including one of which is in our township, just outside of the settlement area of Everett, put forward by Everett Community Partners. So the way I've described this to others is that if the province, through its approval of the South Simcoe growth strategy or through a minister's directive, there's a number of different tools that the minister has to basically say this settlement area is growing and here is the new municipal boundary for the settlement area. Once that occurs, it's kind of mandated, and there isn't much in the way of discussion at a local level. It is a new boundary that we have to work with. There's no public meetings per se to discuss, is this the correct boundary? It's basically a minister's decision that is sort of final and binding that we have to work with. If this is to occur after this plan is adopted, let's say it happens in June, July, and the boundary expansion is approved, and if this matter is still before the county as approval authority for our official plan, our land use schedules that show Everett can be adjusted as modifications by the County of Simcoe to show this expanded boundary. We're of course hopeful that the lands within that expanded boundary, will, have fulsome review by, mayor and council and staff to determine what land uses are appropriate for that expanded area, but to be determined. But so any adjustment to the boundary can be made through the modification process by the county, or let's say this happens a year from now, after the county's approved our new official plan. If this decision comes down from the province, again, through a housekeeping exercise, we would adjust our land use schedules to show the amended boundary. And it's not, again, there's no public process involved in it. We're just housekeeping to reflect a minister's decision, the same way we would do a housekeeping exercise to recognize a decision by the Ontario Land Tribunal, for instance. It's final and binding. There's no more really further discussion regarding.
So just to clarify then, are we as a municipality then treating the ERO as a minister's order for the purposes of, because obviously we're changing our official plan to say that any changes or EROs perhaps that may come down with regard to South Simcoe growth will be treated in line and will happen in line with that, right? We're saying that in our official plan. So that means that the decision-making with regard to any future expansions are no longer being made by Township Council. So I just want to understand, is that consistent with current legislative framework?
Through you, Your Worship, to you, Councillor Simpson, at this point in time, everything is, let's say, conceptual. No decisions have been made. We have to ensure that our official plan is in conformity with all provincial plans. So if there is a new South Simcoe growth strategy, which is a provincial plan, we're going to have to update our document in the future to ensure conformity with that plan. I can't speak to, how this is going to roll out. Is this going to be a minister's decision with respect to a boundary and a boundary only, or is it more involved to speak to the land uses and the permissions that occur within that expanded boundary? And it's not to say that there will not be any local council involvement in future decision-making regarding what happens within that boundary. I'm not suggesting that in any way, but it sounds like through the current process on the ERO, that boundaries are being considered for expansion by the minister, and we'll have to update our document accordingly in the future should that occur.
So again, this is my worry, is that we're assuming that any provincial ERO or a minister's, provided by the MMAH is automatically not just an ERO, but is almost an order. And I'm worried about that wording within the OP, because it also ties future councils to potential changes by, a minister's ERO as opposed to a minister's order. And that worries me greatly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor
Can I just clarify? An ERO is not binding.
No, I was just going to comment about that. The Environmental Registry of Ontario is the province's way of putting a proposal out for public input. It's kind of like their way of going through a public process. So the ERO is just to request and obtain input on a particular proposal of various descriptions. So that's all that it is. It's a mechanism to achieve public input on a proposal. Any decision, a decision can be a minister's directive that says this is how these boundaries are going to be, through a minister's zoning order, through an area-specific growth plan, such as what we used to have, which was the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. It was a plan very specific for an area, and even had a South Simcoe chapter or a Simcoe chapter to it. I wouldn't be concerned about, and we could even, work with the county to take that particular reference out, but I will say that we have to abide by any provincial plan and provincial policy, and that's already in the plan. There's nothing that's implying that we have to do something that we don't want to do. We have to work with the minister and the province on their decisions.
Thank you, Greg. Just for council's reference, I would be in favor of removing that that wording, just because I don't want there to be any confusion with a later council that, at this stage, everything is EROs, even the South Simcoe Growth Strategy. Well, no, you're right. That is, the South Simcoe Growth Strategy was part of the response to the county's OP, correct? But there has not been a formal directive provided that's saying that there is going to be growth here and here. We haven't even seen an application coming to the municipality for the two projects that are identified in that growth strategy. So I think we need to look at that a little bit more before we can say, throw in the towel and say, minister can have his way with the municipality. My worry specifically, I understand that, with Everett West, we've been talking about it for a while. My worry is more with regard to, like, today, this is two projects, right? But tomorrow, and if you look at what New Tech is seeing, it's over 180,000 people, right? And so we don't know what the future holds and what a future minister may attempt to put in our area. And I would hate to be in a position where we've already thrown in the towel in our official plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the CO for a moment, but I just wanted to comment that I look at the other hand of this, we want to be transparent with everyone. And so when they read a document that says that future settlement area boundary expansion and related land use planning decisions shall occur in accordance with the provincial South Simcoe Growth Strategy, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a provincial South Simcoe Growth Strategy. It means that any directive of the province is going to be in ROP. And I'd rather be more open and transparent with residents to say this is in the document, rather than saying it's not in the document and then finding out later that any directive of the province still affects us regardless if it's in here or not. So deleting it doesn't remove the fact that the province can send whether it be a minister order or whether it be another form of directive. It does not change the fact that they have full control over our OP because they are the province. But I'll go to Chris just for clarification on that language as well.
Through your worship, you're absolutely correct on that. As Councillor Meadows pointed out, we are trying to note in our OP that there are changes coming and that we acknowledge them. It's not to say that we are going to be rolling over and doing everything, but if we did not put this in, I'm sure councillors would ask, what about the ERO? What about the provincial Simcoe, South Simcoe growth strategy? What are we doing about that? So this kind of basically puts a placeholder in our OP saying that we acknowledge it. We acknowledge that it's happening. So when, as to Councillor Meadows' point that when there may be changes in the future, that we have acknowledged it already here, and that we've noted it, and basically that we will continue to work in best planning practices as the province comes down with the push for growth. And again, it is, as we've heard multiple times today, it is a provincial priority to push this growth. How they are going to do that is yet to be seen. They are currently going through and asking the public to comment on the ERO. My apologies, that closed on May 8th, but they did do that. What this does is a placeholder to say we acknowledge that and we are prepared to work with all parties to move forward in the correct way through best management practices to do so. Understanding that the province, at the end of the day, the minister, as the manager pointed out, does have the authority to come down and dictate certain things to municipalities. However, understanding that we were willing to work with the province and the developers to get the best product for the township. And I think it's just a placeholder to acknowledge that so that we see it coming in the future. We don't know exactly what it is, but we're here to work to the best of our abilities to best management practices to move forward with that. So in other words, we don't want to be dictated to if we can help it. We want to show that we are willing to work to get the best product with the province and with the developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. My concern isn't just like the wording itself precludes us in the future. My worry is, like, I'm under no illusions that the province can do what they want with municipalities. We are creatures of the province. The minister has various powers to compel municipalities to do whatever they want to do. There are minister zoning ordinances. There are a number of things that ministers and the provincial government can use to control the municipality, especially the OLT. The OLT is one of those places where if a province has an objective that it wants to get done, the OLT is where that objective is made real. Municipalities, on the other hand, don't have those strengths. And my concern here is by putting this wording in here, this wording will be used in the future to prevent us from having any say in anything that happens. And that's where my worry is, because, you know, I want to make sure that regardless of what provincial objectives may be, we want to ensure that council has an ability to negotiate and to work with the province, with the developers. We don't just want to be we don't want to be dictated to. And I worry that if we come out and say, hey, provincial South Simcoe growth strategy is the be all and end all, and we are going to accept that in its entirety, that kind of puts us at a disadvantage.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Meadows?
Yes, I totally understand Mr. Simpson's objection to that phrase and the way it's worded. I'd hate to hold up the OP for one little paragraph, and I think we should all take a vote on whether we should take that out of the OP or whether we leave it in, or have it reworded. If it's reworded, it has to come back to council. I look at it this way: the ERO hasn't gone through for anything yet, so why is it in our OP? Why can't we just leave it out for now until it becomes official, and then put it in afterwards? To me, it's only a little paragraph that needs to be taken out. Like, let's leave it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, my suggestion is just change the word shall to may. That way it's not like binding. It may occur.
It's gonna get dickered.
That's just my only suggestion for the
Okay.
debate.
Thank you. Any other comments from council on the subject? Any other questions with regards to the OP? Okay, Councillor Simpson.
Sorry, with regard to Councillor Cox's point, and it's well taken, but the only problem is that it gets dickered. It's a legal term. It just means that it creates ambiguity that people can fight on, right? And so if we take that wording out, I mean, at the end of the day, the province still can do whatever they want, right? It just, allows us, having that wording in there just precludes that conversation, right? So that's the worry. Thank you.
Okay. Any direction from council? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion forward that we take this paragraph out of the official plan until it becomes an official document or an official direction from the province. Because right now it's nothing, so that's what I put a motion for.
Okay, and is there a seconder for that? Councillor Simpson. Sorry, I'm working on your track changes, so can you give me the section for that? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's policy 2.6.4.
2.6.4.
Yes.
So delete entirely 264. Okay. Sorry, Greg, would you like to provide any comment on that?
No, if that's council's wishes and we want to adopt the official plan with the exclusion of policy 2.6.4, that's agreeable to myself.
Okay. Any further questions on it? So it's moved by, Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you, through the chair. You have to excuse my voice here. I'll try to not cough all over everybody. It was put into the plan for a reason, and I understand Greg just mentioned that he didn't have an issue, but there has to be an issue with removing it completely. So I'm somewhat I'm undecided here on whether that should be removed completely or I understand we're trying to get the OP through, but if there is no true issue in the fact, and everybody stated, and we all know that if the province wants to do something, the province is going to do whatever they want. I don't believe that just willy-nilly changing this in the last hour is the correct thing to do. So I'd like maybe a little more input from Greg on removing it, please.
Okay. Well, if I might, just may go to the CAO again, or both gentlemen, if you'd like. Was there any other comments that were provided to us to include that, i.e. the county or the province itself, to make sure that this was in the open?
To your worship, in conversation with county planning staff, we talked about the approval of County COPA 7 and some of the modified policies and how some of those changes were reflected in this final May 2026 version of our official plan. As previously noted, there is reference in the county's new official plan through modifications to a South Simcoe growth strategy. It has some substance. It is a concept that's evolving maybe still, but it seems to be something that's going to be in place in the future. And I would note that the policy language was specifically chosen to acknowledge that, to demonstrate conformity with the county official plan, but being general enough. It does, in my mind, it doesn't say that the township is supportive of the growth strategy and everything that may be within it. All it is saying is that this plan, and specifically settlement area boundary expansions, must conform to an emerging provincial plan for this area. That's all it says. If the emerging provincial plan doesn't specifically note, an expansion within any of our communities, then it doesn't. And then we look at expansions based on the other criteria that are in this plan, which are based on the provincial planning statement. So we're looking at any expansion occurring in accordance with the provincial planning statement and any South Simcoe growth strategy that may be approved by the province. I don't read this as being, supportive. It's just saying, like there are other policies in the plan, that we must conform to provincial plans and whatever they dictate. So that's the reason why I didn't see any harm in it. There was no concern raised by county planning staff in our conversations as of late. So that's why it's in there.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I kind of agree with that concept, because when I read the COPA 7 changes at the county, it was in there. And should the county no longer be our planning approval authority, then that wording is no longer in COPA 7, so we should capture it within our document, because that's what the province is going to be looking at it for us. If they put it, the minister amended COPA 7 himself, not the county, the minister. And he specifically put that in COPA 7. So it doesn't restrict him from taking away the county planning approval for us, giving us direct approval. But then the province is going to be looking at the same thing for us and saying, well, you should amend your official plan to include this, because that's what I wanted to see. So I would rather leave it in there, because that's exactly what the minister wanted to see within the county's COPA 7. And I think since they are our planning approval authority at the moment, then that's where it should lie. I saw Councillor Borzo's hand as well.
Thank you, through the chair. Maybe I'm a latecomer to this party here, but I just like to support my previous colleagues speaking previously about removing this. I personally think that this one paragraph here is just basically takes away even just a tiny little bit of autonomy that we may have as a municipality. In my view, this basically just says, okay, province, come and do as you wish. We don't want to put up a fight. This takes away even if it's just an illusion in my head that this is going to be a fight, or we are trying to do our democratic duty and just fight on behalf of the people who live in this township, we can't do that with this. It's just basically slam dunks it and says, yeah, you'll do what we tell you to do. So me personally, I would like to have this removed. I would 100% support this. And if we need to put it back in, or if the province wants us to do something, then let the province come to us. Because I think it's too much of this province this and province that and the creatures of the province and whatever. I think we need to be, language I don't want to use, but we need to be a little stronger when it comes to trying to voice our concerns and fight on behalf of the people who elected us. Because we live here, we are grassroots, we are boots on the ground. It's not the minister who does the zoning, or if he wants to do it, well, let him try, or let him bring it on. Will he do it? Eventually, probably he'll do it, but at least we put up a fight and we try our best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there is a motion on the floor from Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Simpson, that section 264 be removed entirely. Okay. Any final comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
We haven't had one today.
First one.
We haven't had one today.
Madam Clerk, record a vote on the amendment to the official plan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor of removal?
Councillor Borzo's, in favor or against?
In favor of removal.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
Doesn't matter, I guess against.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor.
That's 6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. The motion is carried 6-1. All right, are there any further comments on the OP? Okay. Just looking for clarification, we could pass the bylaw this evening as amended? No issues there? Greg, no statutory issues?
Through you, Your Worship, no statutory issues. The bylaw can be passed with the amendment as discussed on the floor. Or, sorry, let me defer to the clerk on that.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. As Mr. Markle has established, there's no statutory requirement. However, I would request we make the amendment when we get to the bylaw, as the OP is attached to the bylaw in its current form, or previous form. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the recommendation is that staff report PLA 2026-7 dated May 13, 2026 regarding the adoption of the new official plan for the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio be received, and that council consider a bylaw to adopt the new Township of Adjala-Tosorontio official plan May 2026, and that bylaw 9865, which bylaw adopted the existing Township of Adjala-Tosorontio official plan, including all amendments and modifications thereto, be repealed at the end of the day on which the new Township of Adjala-Tosorontio official plan for all lands within the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio is approved by the County of Simcoe / approval authority, and that council authorize staff to make application to the County of Simcoe approval authority for review and final approval of the new adopted Township of Adjala-Tosorontio official plan May 2026. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, and I'm going to second that motion. And all those in favor? That is carried. All right, we're on to item 14.6, Staff Report Clerk 2026-7, Joint Compliance Audit Committee. Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council. A mandatory requirement in each election year is for Council to form a compliance audit committee. Staff are recommending that we do go forward with the county in the Joint Compliance Audit Committee. We participated in the Joint Compliance Audit in 2022. It was a good use of township resources and was effective. Should Council choose to join the Joint Compliance Audit Committee, advertising for committee positions will be starting this week, and then a bylaw will be brought to Council prior to October 1st in line with the legislative requirement for Council to approve the committee selections. In 2022, the committee was comprised of 5 members with 1 alternate, so 6.
Thank you. Are there any questions through the clerk? Seeing none, the recommendation is that staff report CLK 2026-07 dated May 13, 2026 regarding Joint Compliance Audit Committee 2026 municipal and school board elections be received, and that council approve the participation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio in the Joint Compliance Audit Committee facilitated and administered by the County of Simcoe for the 2026 and future municipal and school board elections, and that a bylaw be presented to council prior to October 1st in each election year to establish terms of reference and appoint members to the Joint Compliance Audit Committee with participating municipalities within the County of Simcoe, as long as that committee is comprised. Mover, please. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to the one staff report that was pulled from consent. It's 13.1. Councillor Meadows, I believe you pulled this item. Before we go on, does anybody require a break? Okay, let's recess for 5 minutes then. Make that 7 minutes. So we'll come back at 9. We'll come at 9:05. All right, council, it is now 9:05 and I'll call the meeting back to order. So we left off at 13.1, which was one of the items Councillor Meadows pulled, the HR 2026-01, transitioning to a formalized alternate work arrangement. So Councillor Meadows, I'll go to you for first comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm really concerned about this moving forward with this policy, especially, like I said, we're coming up to a lame duck period, and we're putting this kind of a policy in place, or looking to put a policy like this in place. I mean, I look at a lot of things with regards to this. It didn't work when it was in the COVID mode, and I can't see it working now. Following the pandemic, all staff were supposed to come back to work. There was an email that was sent out to the heads of the department and that they should go back, like everybody's to come back to work. That was after the state of emergency that was put in place. And I don't know who authorized it to continue on afterwards, because it never came through this council to continue on afterwards, as far as I know. I may be wrong, but I'm just saying, I don't remember seeing a resolution of council to allow this to keep going on. The other thing I have is the Ford government from the province has just ordered everybody back to work. No more of this AWA. He's canceled it all. Everybody's got to be at work. The other problem I have is the fact that we, as a municipality, are in the public sector. And public means public. Public come in here, they expect to see somebody. And when you have somebody that's not there, somebody else is picking up their workload. So you're creating a stressful environment when you got a lineup of people or whatever that need help, and you can't find anybody to help them. Some of the, I just find it, I don't know, like being in the public and working with the public, some of the problems I hear are I can't find anybody, or I can't get a hold of the township, or nobody's returning my call. And this is now. During COVID it was even worse. And we're going to have to hire more people to monitor the people that are at home. Because, you know, like, that's just the way it is. So I don't see us actually gaining from this at all. And it concerns me that we would put something like this in place just coming up before a lame duck. So that's why I had this pulled, because I have grave concerns about it. I have grave concerns with it doesn't tell us which positions they're planning on having a work from home policy with. And that's concerning because it could be open to a bunch of other areas that, you know, we're looking to hire people for. So I just find this isn't appropriate at this time to bring this forward. So that's why I pulled it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, one to Councillor Meadows, just for clarification, some of the AWAs here that were suggested isn't actually like remote work. Like a compressed schedule is actually implemented through various levels of government currently, where you actually work longer each day in order to have like every other day off throughout, like generally it's through a pay period, right? You could have a Thursday, a Friday, depending on when your pay is for Monday. And that's managed by the managers to make sure that there still is coverage, but the person still, like in other municipalities I know as well, they've gone to like like longer days, like was it 410s, right? And they have like the Friday off. Where a compressed schedule actually leaves, and that was I see the strong interest in flexibility. It leaves a lot of flexibility so that you still have coverage. It can still actually go to where like a remote work is only for specific employees, because like you can't have a snowplow operator remote working yet, right? Yeah, might come one day, right? Yeah, hey man, there's remote operators out there. You never know. So, but with a compressed schedule, they're able to work longer, and then maybe the Friday you don't need all the crews all the time or all the staff here. You can still have coverage. There's still crews on the ground. There's still representatives in office, but they're just rotating their schedules on certain days, and it's managed by the managers to ensure that they have coverage. So I do understand where you come from with remote work, but a compressed schedule isn't remote. That's still in office or on-site presence, but you're just working longer hours to get time off, and not everybody, it doesn't work for everybody, right? Like it wouldn't work for my schedule. So I keep my schedule as it is. But like I say, I do support flexible work initiatives, because in the modern world, it's, everyone's busy out there, multiple job families, like my house, 3 job families, where if you're able to work a little bit longer, a 5 and 2 always doesn't give you enough time, where if you are able to make it, a 4 and 3 some weeks, because you work longer the rest of the period, you get that extra day off to catch up and breathe a bit. So I do think it helps with, it does help with retainability. Those type of incentives are good for holding staff, and maybe we don't have the highest pay, but we have more flexibility. Like some people are really interested, obviously 76% support a bi-weekly compressed schedule. So that means they're still on site, longer days, they just log hours. They put in the same amount of time. They just log the time to take another day off throughout that week, with still maintaining coverage is the key aspect of that.
Thank you. Councillor Borzos.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to express my full support for this proposal, because to me, it doesn't say remote work program, it says alternative work program. So the name in itself defines what this is all about. B, I think for our township to be on the competitive spectrum for quality employees, I'm not saying we don't have quality employees as it is, but to attract additional staff and to compete with the Vaughns and the Peels and the Bramptons and the whatever much larger municipalities that pay significantly more than we do, we can play with the money. What we can play with is we can play with quality of life and offer people a bit of an advantage to come and work for us, so that you have the option of working from home for a day or two or whatever. C, I think this is a great platform for cross-training, which I think also is an objective of this program, where we may have somebody who's the receptionist currently, but perhaps he or she might want to learn a little more about taxation, municipal taxation, so that way we can cross-train people, and then once they are cross-trained, then we can rotate them in various roles. So to me, it's a good program. Through the pandemic, I myself worked remotely, and I didn't find my productivity go down. As a matter of fact, it probably went up by about 30 or 40%, just because that's how you work. So I wouldn't be concerned about this. And then D, in Europe, and I know it's not North America, I know we are not Europe, but in Germany, I know, and a couple of other places who know a thing or two about efficiency, for years, if not decades, they are on the 4-10 work week. So I think this is a great initiative. It has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, maybe I'm just old school, but my associate, who is my son, He is the vice president of a corporation. And we just had a discussion about this. And according to his experts, there's a 30% loss in productivity from working from remote or from home or whatever. Also, there's an expenditure. I mean, his would be greater because they have to monitor everybody's computer and make assumptions on the monitoring of the usage of their computer systems. And there's an enormous amount of input that the corporation that they hired to do the study gave him. And he said that was why his corporation has decided to eliminate all that, unless for special occurrences. Other than that, you have to come to the office to work.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair. I too am in favor of working 5 days a week and having staff in the office for work. That said, I think there are other options that have been presented in this report that offer flexibility. I am in favor of the biweekly compressed schedule, which allows for 9 workday with 1 day off. I'm also in favor of the flexible start and end times and the reduced 30-minute lunch. Those are both options that provide flexibility to staff and would be appreciated. So I would like to see a policy that comes out that is consistent with that, and I think there would be consensus on council towards something like that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Laux, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I'll agree on both sides of the argument. I'm not a huge fan of remote work, as I do go through extreme issues at my work when people work remotely and being able to get a hold of somebody, but I definitely would be in favor of the compressed work week. I have no issue as long as there's people there that can service the constituents, the residents, and there is a schedule of where there's always somebody there, and compressing a work week or working extended hours. I've worked 4/10s for the past 21 years, and it's amazing to have that Friday off. So if we could come to an agreement with a compressed schedule, I would fully support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to throw my 2 cents into the ring here as well. My concern with alternate work arrangements and not necessarily accommodations is the fact that I believe it does create a service level increase and does provide additional costs or potential costs to council to consider in the future. Going to a compressed work week potentially has the opportunity to have to hire more staff to accommodate that. For example, if you took the public works section of the department, we have currently 11 employees, and trying to give employees a Friday off because they're working longer days would still mean that we're trying to manage hundreds of kilometers of road with potentially 2 employees on 1 day. So I think there's some consideration that I'm not sure if we're there at a point in time where we have the opportunity to do that. And I'm not sold on the fact that this will not increase budget asks in the future from staff as to more staff or other accommodations to accommodate these changes. So at the time being, I think we're in a situation where we have a bit of an informal process. I think we could probably formalize some of that, but to set a robust plan of action and to consider this, I would not be in favor of it. All right, so I've seen other hands. Again, Councillor Meadows and then Councillor Cox.
Yeah, one of the other issues too is if we add this into our contracts and that, is that if we decide to take the program away, it will be classified as a constructive dismissal where the township can be sued. That's a big one for me. And not only that, it was mentioned, well, it looks like it is mentioned under the appendix that the up to 2 days working remotely, which is, I just can't be in favor of, because when people are working remotely, they can claim WSIB if they fall down their stairs at home, slip on their pavement out the front of their home, because that's classified as their work environment. So all these have actually happened to people who are working remotely, especially with the WSIB claims. So, pardon me? No. So these are a few things I think we've overlooked when we look at these things in the past, and I think it's something that we really have to look at in a bigger picture, and I don't think we have the time to do this right at the moment. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Cox and then Deputy Mayor Laux again.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, in reference to your comment about only having one staff member, that falls down to the manager to manage a bi-weekly schedule. If you have 11 public works individuals, and then we're just going to use public works as an example, can be anywhere, the manager shouldn't be allowing all of them to take, or 10 of them to take a single Friday off. It's bi-weekly, so that means 1 week, a certain amount of people can take a Friday, a certain amount of people can take a Thursday or a Monday. The next week, a certain amount of people can take a Friday or any day, right? It usually happens within a pay period, if I'm correct. So you still maintain a level of service. We're not going to have to. I don't see a need to hire more people. I think that you're still able to support the needs of the township, but the manager needs to manage the staff's compressed schedule. So they need to, whether you have a shared calendar, right? We know who's off which day, because I know I couldn't take the same day off as the rest of a team, or we would be not able to do anything, right? That just is common sense. And the other part is that it is compressed. Like I understand the sensitivity around remote work. I'm personally someone that can show that it does work, but I really think without this remote work and just doing it compressed where they are on site, they do not work remotely, but they just work longer hours, and the manager manages what days which people can take off. And you still maintain coverage. You could only have 2 people off. There's no difference between somebody having 2 people off on a vacation day, right? There's zero difference there. They can just take 2 vacation day or all the amount of time in lieu they build up, right? They got all this time in lieu, and next thing you know, you got the whole, I'm sure each one of those 11 employees probably got like a month lieu time. Now they're in their in-between season. They're going to just take it off. You probably have shorter staff because of that rather than a compressed schedule. Compressed schedules work. They're in multiple areas of employment, and I think we should just get with the times because it's not uncommon, right?
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Laux?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Somewhat what I was going to explain as a footnote to what I mentioned earlier. And obviously it doesn't, there's a huge difference between somebody that's driving a truck down a road and plowing snow versus somebody that's in an office. So obviously this whole scenario has to be broadly looked at on who can and can't do this, which I believe may be a difficult situation on telling half the staff that they can do compressed and half that they have to work full time. But I'm still for a compressed schedule. I just believe it needs to be thoroughly investigated on how it would operate properly. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from Councillor Borzos?
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick comment regarding Councillor Meadows' suggestion that we don't have time for it. I think we need to find time for it, because if the staff brings this forward, that's a reason for that. So it's not because they don't think they have nothing better to do, but I think this is something that will enhance our operational functionality, our efficiency, and our maybe reduce attrition within staff. So again, I'm willing to concede on the full remote. Perhaps it's not the most desirable model because you need extreme discipline to function in it. But the compressed schedule and earning some additional time or reduced lunch break, I think that's definitely a great first step. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so the recommendation is that the item be received. Does anybody want to change that? Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I think it just needs to be amended to ensure that council comments be taken into account with regard to no one remote workday. So option 1 be removed, but the other ones be received.
Councillor Meadows?
Like this is to be received for what purpose? To come back at another date with more information, or?
Conduct a pilot.
Well, we're telling them to go ahead with a pilot project, and what's being brought forward in here, I mean, look at Penetanguishene, up to 2 days a week, working remote. I can't accept this report the way it is. If staff want to bring back another report with what we have brought up in discussion here at a later date, I have no problem with it. But the way this report stands right now, I can't authorize this report to go forward because you're giving staff permission to work remotely. And once you start doing that, like I said, we could get into some legal repercussions because of the fact council made a decision to do a pilot project with this. And to me, I think, like I said, if they want to come back with a different report, with a little more information, with who can and who can't, and who will and won't be on this particular program, I'd look at it. But right now, the way it sits, I can't sit here and pass it or accept it. It's not acceptable. Anyway, it doesn't say that in here. This is to, it's coming forward for the whole report.
There was a suggestion to remove option 1. There was a suggestion to remove option 1.
Option 1.
Which is what Councillor Simpson just suggested.
Yeah.
So take that out completely. No remote work.
Are there concerns with others?
Well, I'm just saying,
Would be everybody.
Well, we can't do it with everybody. We can't do it with the Works Department. We can't, so we're going to have
the pilot project.
What about the managers?
The pilot project would determine that.
What about the managers, though, Your Worship? Like, the managers are supposed to manage this, but if they're on a compressed work week as well, who's going to manage the program?
Who monitors it?
Like, are they going to be off every Friday? Are they going to be off every Monday? And the problem is, how many people do we have in here that are going to be on holidays at different times, on holiday schedules? And what happens if they decide to take time off? I mean, this is the whole thing. It turns into a quagmire of monitoring and managing, and I don't think it's fair. And then you're going to be asking for more staff to look after this, and I don't think it's fair. And then you're putting a lot of burden on the staff that is here to compensate for the staff that aren't here. So to me, it's not acceptable the way it is. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion that council would like to put on the floor? Councillor Simpson.
I mean, I think we've discussed it. I think everybody understands that, the 4-week, the remote work day, one day per week, I think we're all in agreement that, that may not be something we want to proceed with. The other 3, I mean, we've talked about it. I respect your concern about that, Councillor Meadows. I think that option, though, I think 4 of us have said that that's something that we'd like to see and would be in favor of seeing. So I would like to put on the floor that we remove option 1, but proceed with the other 3.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos. So the recommendation would be that staff report HR 2026-01 dated May 13, 2026, regarding transitioning to a formalized alternate work arrangement, be received, and that option 1 not be supported by council.
Point of clarification on an item, please.
Sir.
On option 3, reduced 30-minute lunch. Their lunch is actually written in their contract, so we would be going against the contract right away if we give them.
I can't hear Bob.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Julius. I just said option 3B, reduced 30-minute lunch. I have no problems, dropping the 30-minute lunch, but the thing is, they're on a contractual basis that says that their hourly rate is based on a 1-hour lunch. So are they going to be rewriting that to change this for option 3?
So again, the pilot project and their contract actually states that they have to work from 8:30 to 4:32, and this gives the option to have flexible hours, early and late. So those items can be dealt with in the pilot project. Any further questions? So option, is that fine? Removing option 1? Councillor, Deputy Mayor Locks?
Yes, thank you. I want to make sure the wording says it's a pilot project, just in case that wasn't iterated there. Thank you.
Thank you. It is outlined in the report. Any further questions on that? So I have moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos for the acceptance of the report with the removal of option 1.
Could I have a recorded vote on that, please?
Certainly. Madam Clerk, a recorded vote by Councillor Meadows, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
Against?
That's 4 in favor, 3 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-3. All right, so we're on to item 15, which is correspondence. We have 4 items that were pulled from the consent agenda. So the first is 13.3. Councillor Meadows?
Which one's that, Your Worship?
The Everett patio extension.
Oh, the LCB? Yes. I just have one quick question with that, Your Worship. I was just wondering, the patio, I believe, is in the back of the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't go drinking at the Legion, so I don't know. So, yeah, after this meeting maybe. But if it's in the back, isn't that where all their events are? Or
Correct.
are they going to be able to walk around in the back where they're doing horseshoes and stuff like that?
Correct. That's the reason why they want the patio.
But are they going to be able to walk around the back, taking drinks to these events in the back, like horseshoes and stuff, like when they're doing their horseshoes and stuff like that?
Their patio, and somebody from staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the patio would be licensed for them to drink on the patio, which is next to their horseshoe pits.
Yeah, they can go and stay in the patio, but what I'm saying is, are they able to walk around the patio in the back? Are they able to take the drinks from the patio to, like the event that they're playing or whatever?
It'd be whatever they license under the LCBO, AGCO agreement. Like, we don't have a say in what they license. So whatever they submitted as an application to the AGCO for their patio extension is what they would ask for.
Do we know what this patio extension is, or?
I believe it's the same as last year, which it was the patio that is immediately beside the horseshoe pits where they have a gazebo.
Yeah, are they, like, I'm talking about wandering around the property, like.
They would have a licensed area. I don't know what the licensed area
Well, we should
comprises.
know what the licensed area is before we give it a permit or allow them to have it. So I'm just saying, like, I would like to know what it is.
I agree. We're not giving them the permit though, right? The AGCO is.
We just allow them to apply.
We're not the approval authority for the permit
Well, why are they coming to us?
because it's an outdoor patio, so it needs permission of the municipality.
Right. But
Yes.
I'm just saying, I'd like to know what's entailed with their patio, like walking around the back there where somebody can get hurt. I have a bit of an issue with it if somebody gets a horseshoe in the head, you know, like.
Sure. No, I agree. Ms. Sanderson or Madam Clerk, did we receive any information? I know it's probably the same as last year's patio, so I believe it was the section that was cordoned off at the back for their gazebo area.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to Council. It's the same area that was utilized by the Legion last year. We met with the Legion last year, reviewed the application with them. At that time, the CBO made a stipulation that they required porta potties along the parking lot to accommodate for the septic, and the township did not receive any complaints regarding the outdoor patio that was used last year for horseshoes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this item?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. So the recommendation is that the application, excuse me, that the application for temporary outdoor patio permit extension of liquor license from Don Marie Menard, First Vice President, Treasurer, Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 508 Everett, be received, and that council approve the extension of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 508 Everett liquor license to include the temporary outdoor patio for the period of May 14, 2026 to September 31st, 2026. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, 13.4 is correspondence from the SMDHEU. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do we, when this came forward, it mentioned no alcohol in our parks and stuff like that. Do we have any policies or bylaws in place stipulating there's no drinking in our parks?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. Under the new provincial legislation that was passed earlier this year, drinking on municipal grounds is only permitted if the municipality passes a bylaw permitting it to do so. The township has not passed that bylaw at this time. Next month, I'll be bringing a legislative update that outlines a little more of the legislation and looking if council would like to provide direction at that time for a bylaw to be created. Staff would be happy to take it. If not, the township policy will remain that there's no alcohol permitted in our provincial parks or in our parks unless you obtain a special occasion permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? I just, since it's up, since we pulled it, I might as well just comment that I find the most staggering thing, regardless if you agree with having liquor in the park or not, I think the most staggering thing from the health units on here is you see the stats in hospitals, and you also see the stats that if you look at every corner store which has beer and liquor sales, it far outnumbers, I can't recall offhand, but it was like 75% of the Simcoe County population for the for what is attainable for liquor and beer at corner stores. So it's just something, it's an interesting fact for sure. So any further questions? All right, the recommendation is that the correspondence from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit dated April 15, 2026 regarding alcohol harms and availability in Simcoe Muskoka be received. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we're on to item 13.6, which was correspondence from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks regarding the Proposed Environmental Assessment Act and amendments to improve the comprehensive environmental assessment process. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, when I was reading this document, I had a bit of a problem with some of the wording in it. And it was the second bullet where it says, remove the opportunity for public to request a hearing before the Ontario Land Tribunal while maintaining the ministry's authority to refer an application or matter related to the application to the tribunal for a hearing and discussion on their own initiative. Like, I have problems with the way the Ontario government is currently conducting its business in townships and across this province. We have had all our rights and freedoms, it feels, as elected officials. The democratic process has been totally taken away from us in its entirety. And this is just another power grab, as far as I'm concerned, by the Ontario government. Like, when's it going to stop? I mean, it's almost becoming dictatorial. Like, the developer can use the OLT against townships' decisions. Why are they taking away the public rights? And I'm totally against this particular thing that they're doing, especially when it comes to the environment. They've taken away the endangered species list. They've taken away all the environmental assessments now. Like, what are they doing to the environment? What are we going to leave behind for our grandkids? And I find this absolutely sad, and I would hope that we can respond with a letter opposing this, and as a township opposing this particular letter that's come out. Because I find it appalling, especially when it's the public, again, that are being told, sorry, you don't have any opportunity to do anything. We're taking away your rights. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair. I think over the course of the last 4 years on this council, we have seen the province making changes time and time again, with very little consulting time. In this case, we have 30 days to respond. The letter was received April 20th or dated April 20th. We have input until May 20th. There have been many EROs, many proposals, many changes in legislation that have happened at a faster rate. One is the notice of motion that's there for today, which has already received royal assent between when I drafted it and now. So, you know, I'm very concerned about that as well, about what Councillor Meadows noted. Taking standing away from the public is a drastic step, and I think we as a municipality should register our concern about it. And I would be in favor of sending a letter to the province as well with regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item? Okay, does council wish to take any action on it? Councillor Meadows.
Yes, Your Worship. I'd like staff to draft a letter, and hopefully with the consensus of all on council, that we put our opposition into this coming forward. Thank you.
Are you looking at all opposition, or are you looking at just suggesting that the ministry maintain the
status quo?
Okay, so opposition to it. Okay. Councillor Simpson, do you share in that?
Yes, I'm in favor.
Okay. So you can correct me if I've got this wrong, but that the correspondence from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks dated April 20th, 2026 regarding proposed Environmental Assessment Act amendments to improve the comprehensive environmental assessment EA process be received, and that council send a letter to the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks to note opposition of the proposed changes.
That's correct. Thank
and
you.
I have that moved by.
I'll move it.
Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Any comments on that particular resolution? And all those in favor? That is carried. 13.8, correspondence from the Ministry of Natural Resources with regards to Geologic Carbon Storage Act. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, this is another one of my bones of contention with the Ontario government. I've looked into this and I can't quite make out what they are trying to do. And I'll tell you why. Carbon, okay, CO2, trees use it to survive. They take in CO2 and produce oxygen. So if we start starving the trees of oxygen or CO2, we're taking away the oxygen. So why, like this whole program, I don't know how many millions of dollars they've got invested into this carbon capturing thing, which makes no sense to me. Why not just plant more trees? Like this carbon capturing component, I can't see it. Well, carbon dioxide, for one, is a deadly gas if it seeps out and gets into a lower lying community, which it already has done, and almost wiped out a whole community. I find it very dangerous. We're playing with the planet again, which we always come back and it ends up haunting us. So I can't support this document going forward. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from council? So there is a recommendation that the correspondence from the Ministry of Natural Resources dated April 30, 2026 regarding regulations under the Geologic Carbon Storage Act 2025 be received. Mover? Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Cox. Any further questions? All those in favor? That is carried. All right, so that completes items off the consent agenda. So we're on the bylaws. And before I get to 16.1, or while I'm on the topic, I do want to echo the comments that several members of council have stated today, and personally thank our staff, including going way back to Jacqueline and Jackie and Eric and Kartik and Greg and Yale and Debbie and all the other persons that have worked on this file for so long, but also to the public and our consultants, because without the public's engagement on this, this has really been drafted with the community focus and making sure that we have a product that's suited for Adjala-Tosorontio. And before I go to the amendment, I just wanted to read the plan, which I believe highlights what it is. The township vision is to value and sustainably maintain the rural community composed of a mix of residential, rural, and agricultural communities. This is to be achieved by managing land uses in a way that will preserve the rural character and environment, promoting a diverse agricultural base, and maintaining healthy communities through responsible growth and investment. Population and employment growth will be directed to the township settlement areas and employment lands. And the official plan provides for appropriate development while protecting resources, public health and safety, and the quality and natural in the natural and built environment. The official plan supports improved land use planning and management, which contributes to a more effective and efficient land use planning system. So again, my thanks to everyone involved. So we do have an amendment to make on the item, so we do have to just do this once more. As a full amendment to the bylaw, so that bylaw 2026-020 be amended by striking out section 2.6.4. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Are there any questions on that item again? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. So the recommendation is that bylaw 2026-020 being a bylaw to adopt a new official plan for the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio and to repeal bylaws number 9865 be enacted. Mover, please. Shall we do the two most seniors? So Councillor Meadows and myself. How's that? All right. Moved by Councillor Meadows, second by Mayor Anderson. All those in favor? And that is carried.
We should give staff a standing ovation.
What we can do? Well, let's wait till it's approved. And hopefully speedy, right? All right, 16.2 is bylaw 2026-021, which is the municipal rates and tax ratios for 2026. The bylaw 2026-021 being a bylaw to establish municipal rates and tax ratios for the year 2026 and to provide for the collection of interest and to repeal bylaw 2025-033 be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. 16.3 is the transfer payment agreement for the $50,000 from the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. So that bylaw 2026-022 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the transfer payment agreement for the Community Emergency Preparedness Grant be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Borzos, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then 16.4 is a bylaw for the New Tecumseh Public Library Board. That bylaw 2026-023 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a library services agreement with the New Tecumseh Public Library Board be enacted. Any questions on this bylaw? There was a change in numbers, just so everybody's aware. That was a bit of an increase because of our users. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to item 17, which is notices of motion. And there is a recommendation or a mover from Councillor Simpson for Bill 100. And it reads, whereas Bill 100, the Better Regional Governance Act 2026, would give the province an ongoing role in appointing strong chairheads of council in Simcoe County and in determining Simcoe County council composition and voting rules. And whereas the appointment of a warden by the province risks weakening local democratic principles by distancing county leadership from the communities it intended to represent, particularly where such an appointee may lack direct knowledge of unique rural characteristics of Simcoe County and Adjala-Tosorontio. And whereas the role of warden requires a nuanced understanding of the diverse needs of Simcoe County's municipalities, including growth pressures, infrastructure challenges, rural service delivery, and community-specific planning considerations, which are best understood through local experience and accountability. Now therefore be resolved that the Council for the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio states its opposition to Bill 100 in its current form. And further, that the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio formally requests that the Province of Ontario amend Bill 100 to allow Simcoe County Council the authority to appoint its own warden/chair to protect municipal and regional autonomy, maintain the authority of locally elected councils over their own governance structures, and safeguard a nonpartisan municipal public service. And further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier, Honourable Rob Black, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Brian Saunderson, MPP, Simcoe Grey, and to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And that is moved by Councillor Simpson. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cox? Councillor Simpson, first comment.
Thank you, through the chair. I recognize that I drafted this, working with staff on the 5th of this month, and on the 7th, it received royal assent. The province is moving through fairly quickly with changes in governance models throughout our region, and especially our region. A lot of changes have been happening. So I think it's important that we put it on the record that we are concerned with these changes. It is important that we are able to maintain our democratic power, local power. I think that's very important going forward. And we need to be able to do that. With regard to the wording of the bill, it does note that the minister may appoint. So there is that opportunity that councils could still choose the warden and the head of council. So I think, putting this out to the minister and to the government lets them know that we prefer a democratic methodology with regard to choosing the head of council. So I hope you will all join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I would have fully supported your notice of motion, but because it's already gone to royal assent, I think we need to change the wording a bit. I totally agree with that the wardens should be voted in, even by their peers or whatever that are sitting at the table. That's the way it's always been, and that's the way it should be. The way it sits right now, because it's already gone to royal ascension, I mean, we're wasting our our ink. Yeah, exactly. I would rather see a letter go out to all on the county council, current county council, to support sending in to Doug Ford their dismay about having a warden appointed by the federal government. I think that would hold a lot of weight rather than, just sending it off to Queen's Park where it's going to go into the trash bin. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can, and maybe Deputy Mayor Laux can help me out on this one as well, but yesterday there was discussion at County Council with regards to this topic, and the warden will be advocating on behalf of County Council to have a appointed warden. But to be clear, the county has shifted in its direction that the appointed warden would be a member at large, and it would not be a sitting member of the county house. So it would still be appointed by the county representatives, but it wouldn't be a member, unlikely to be a member of the sitting house of the county of Simcoe. And if they so choose to run for warden, then they'd have to resign, and then the municipality would have to do a by-election, creating more work for the clerk's department. But there are options for that, and the warden is advocating on behalf of the county to Queen's Park. And in fact, when they were going through the bill legislation, he was invited to the province to speak, and indicated that to the minister himself that word may should be utilized within the county context, because the regions are the ones kind of being implemented, whereas the county is the only county that's named. And so the county, and we feel that should be linked in with all the other counties that are not having to go through the process of having an appointed member from the province. So I don't know if we need to do that. I think it's coming from the county. And as to changing the wording, it's certainly up to Councillor Simpson if you'd like to entertain it. Again, whether it's received royal assent or not, it's still asking for the bill to be amended to remove that section, which would then now be amend the legislation to remove that section. Deputy Mayor Laux, did you want to provide comment?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. You stole the wind out of my sails, but ideally, yes, we did discuss that in Folsom the other day, and I appreciate the motion put forward by Councillor Simpson. Unfortunately, as we've discussed many times tonight, the province seems to be moving ahead with their agenda, and we're getting left aside. Unfortunately, I don't believe the motion is, as it's read, is going to have any bite. But obviously, letting them know that we are in, I guess it's hard to say disapproval, because you don't want to ruffle the feathers either. But obviously, hopefully that the ministers realize the fact that we need somebody at least from Simcoe County to be the warden, as opposed to somebody being appointed to tell us what's going to happen in the future. Those are my thoughts. Anyways, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if we're content with the motion as is, okay. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? and that is carried. And it is 9:59, so unfortunately, since we're so close, but I do need a motion to extend the meeting past the hour of 10 p.m. If I could have a mover for that, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos, and all those in favor. That is carried. Okay, so we're on the new business, and there was one item added to the agenda, which was the OPP Special Olympics torch run, or I should say law enforcement, because it encompasses everyone. And Madam Clerk, I do believe you might have a proposed resolution for us.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Similar to the motion that was passed last year, the recommendation from staff would be that the request from Sergeant Jeremy Daniels, Nottawasaga OPP Detachment regarding law enforcement Special Olympics Torch Run 2026 be received, and that the rental fees be waived for the Nottawasaga OPP to use the municipal grounds, including the public room, outdoor gazebo, and sports fields on Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, for the purpose of the law enforcement Special Olympics Torch Run 2026, and that the rental application form be completed and proof of insurance be provided to the township prior to the event.
Thank you. Are there any questions to that item? A mover, please. Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on item 19, which is confirmation bylaw, that bylaw 2026-024 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on May 13, 2026 be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Cox, second by Councillor Meadows. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned at 10:01 p.m.